you know. Got to give that fair warning.
It is fair.
I mean, it's still only audio, so you can just go ahead and do what you were going to do and no one would even know.
Dump them out.
It's fine. Just don't do it for like 2 minutes, 'cause I got to go take my plate upstairs.
Wow. About chat.
Oh, Allie with 21 months.
I clicked on the link and I got an ad and I was like, what the hell? and it's bullshit. Now it's down to a 1 month streak. Bullshit.
Damn.
Yeah.
You fucked up bad, huh?
How dare I go on vacation?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the plan for in 3 weeks, guys?
Oh, that's when you're leaving again? Is 3 weeks?
Yeah.
I'm so glad mine auto resubs.
Yeah. They don't do that when you use the Amazon Prime thing.
You know what I think that is?
Bullshit.
Rude.
Oh. I guess.
All right, go ahead and whip them out.
The nip nops be flip flopping. I don't even. You like that?
Oh shit, Sin was 17 months. I missed that. I didn't even see it. Now he's choking. Quit choking out food.
It wasn't food. It was a drink, wasn't it?
No, it was food. It might have been a drink. I think it was food though.
It was both.
Oh,
I'm trying to finish this before stream starts.
I
Oh,
should
hey,
probably.
speaking of that, I should probably do my social media garbage, huh?
Hmm.
Boop, 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 boop,
Nah.
boop.
Maybe it's just time to cut my hair.
Shave it, shave it, shave it.
No.
Yeah, I've been contemplating
feel like-
cutting mine too.
Right here.
That's where I usually. Well, that's
Shave
where
it,
I've been
shave
getting
it,
it cut
shave
to.
it.
Do
It's
it.
been. But I like the whole option of a ponytail.
You don't need it. Just right here, and you don't even need to do your hair.
Where we're going, you don't need ponytails.
I also prefer when girls have short hair, so I'm not being biased at all.
All right, social media stuff out of the way. Look at that. It's almost like I'm ready to go. We still got 7 minutes to spare.
I don't have enough hair to do a top knot and shave the sides. I have very thin hair.
I do.
No. What
Yeah.
are you doing?
I gotta do a video interview for work. Where it's like a 45-minute video interview where I have to like basically like answer questions, record myself answering questions. Never done anything like this before. It's really weird, but keep thinking like maybe I should get my fucking hair cut before I do that.
Look a
Otherwise,
little
I'm gonna
bit
put,
more
like, this bottom
presentable.
part in a ponytail because it looks like I have a fucking mullet like from the sides. So
You know what you gotta do? Get it like faded up, leave the top, and get like what are they like the Nordic braids on the sides and shit.
for my video interview, that'd be a. I don't know how well corporate America would respond to the Viking interviewer.
It'd be fine.
I mean, it would be unique. I'd probably be one of the only candidates to interview like that.
Where the hell is John?
He's still got like right around 6 minutes before he shows up.
You know him.
He
He's
shows
gonna
up with a different name on his Discord.
Yeah.
Candid of Cliff just screeching like, why?
Every
Just
time.
change your nickname.
I don't know why this is so difficult.
I don't know, but it's way more entertaining. Just saying.
Change my nickname again.
But like you're Sophie.
Mm,
But she's Nibbles.
She's Sophie's nipples. Also, Allie, it's gonna be really hard to cross your toes sitting like that.
I don't do that. Basically at all anymore.
No?
Now that I have this new chair. I think I've only put my toes at all on my desk like 4 times since I've gotten a new chair.
And that was just to pick up food, right?
No.
It's for chopstick reasons.
It's when it was those times she was trying to play mouse and keyboard with us on Deep Rock.
Needed an extra appendage. Speaking of which, we need to play that again. Or something. It's been a long time.
If you want something,
Nope. I'm not
Was it-
downloading a new game.
What about Destiny? Seems like you already have that.
I do have to download it. Maybe. But, like, I'm so bad at games.
You know what you should look into, though, for real? Look into the beta for New World right now.
I knew you were going to say it, because that's what you've been playing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to recommend you play a game I'm not playing. That would be dumb. Like, go play this other fucking game by yourself.
it's one of the simplest MMOs, but it just feels so good. Like, you pick 2 weapons, and you get 3 abilities for each.
That's it.
Mhm. That's you go out and you do it with that.
Hey, you know what I just now realized? I don't have any music playing this whole time. Chat, why you letting me slip like that?
Yeah, damn it, Heathcliff. You're supposed to be our QC.
We got piano for the last 2.5 minutes.
Oh, fuck. I don't even have Sirenscape open.
No, you don't got piano then.
None for me.
No piano for you. Your voices are music enough. Oh, shucks.
Why you gotta do that?
Especially if I bring out the Mr. Miller voice.
Yes!
Which Mr. Miller apparently is just like a fucking, is like Rick from Rick and Morty.
I think it might be Morty, not Rick.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Morty. Yeah,
I was gonna say, Rick talks like this.
Yeah, Rick's Mr. Miller's a psychopath. We don't want him.
I couldn't do the Rick voice because he burps all the fucking time and it annoys the shit out of me.
So that's actually like a speech impediment that I used to have.
You burped all the time?
Every time I try to talk, it would come up as a burp mid-sentence. I only got rid of it after I joined the army, and I got punished for it.
Shit, yeah.
But that's an actual thing.
Were you a raging alcoholic?
No,
'Cause I'm
it's
pretty
just
sure that's what Rick's issue is.
I know that's what his is, but I don't know. It just used to be a thing for me.
I can only imagine. Basic training with any issues, but especially one like that.
Why, Army seems really understanding about stuff.
Mm-hmm. The best. So great.
Alright, now we're encroaching on 10 seconds and no John still. Now we're at 8 o'clock and no John still.
Does this mean we start sending him harassment texts?
Yeah.
You also never answered me about
Oh, no, I didn't. You don't need to spend a penny for that. If it's not something
Right.
that we already established, I'm not really too worried about it.
Okay, I just...
Because it wasn't something that wasn't something that I was actually intending on doing.
Okay. I was nervous, man. Oh, there he is!
We're talking Cliff.
As soon as I send the GIF into the chat, he pops up. Now, how the fuck he does that?
He's waiting for it. Obviously.
Is about to complain. I can feel it. Oh, wait.
Send tips me off, and then I know when the perfect time is.
Oh, I see how it is. What's up,
Probably.
everybody? Happy Thursday. Welcome to episode 23 of Las Vegas. Man, it's been a while. How is everybody? The kids in college yet? So we have a lot to cover. And I reckon the recap is probably going to be a little bit more involved than usual, since how, like, it's 3 weeks ago. Like, you know, people can't remember yesterday, let alone 3 weeks ago. So,
Feeling a little called out here, Cliff.
yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not pointing any fingers or anything or any elbows as to why we had to do what we had to do, but
Are you pointing nipples though?
Going in two different directions.
I got real tiny nipples. I can't be pointing them.
Little chocolate chips.
Except they're not chocolate. They're like strawberry chips. If I had chocolate chip nipples, then that'd be kind of
To see a doctor.
my white ass with some dark brown nipples.
The only place it dance.
I don't know what happens. It's just how my body works. Randy, thanks for the 16 months, man. Long time no see, you gorgeous, beautiful, bearded fuck.
Beautiful. I love
Beautiful. He is beautiful. Not more beautifuler than you, though. So yeah. So Megan and Allie are going to do recap.
Oh, am I? That would make 3 recaps in a row. Hot damn. So Ellie, you watch most of it, right?
Well, most of it is a stretch, and while it was being watched, there was a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, so lots of attention
so
was
Jess
paid
and
to it.
Matt were there.
No, I was at their house. They were not.
Babysitting.
Yeah. So no, I don't. It's fine.
Dancing's required.
I just love how everybody stops what they're doing and dances every fucking time that plays.
Cliff asked, like, what music does Tao have for his ringtone? I was like, it's definitely going to be something like polka. He's like, seriously? I'm like, trust me.
So I gave the man polka.
And it's loved by all.
It's
So about that recap.
What that recap do?
Guess I can try. I was not prepared. I took no notes. I have nothing to go off of except for my brain, so it's a disaster. I'm gonna minimize Discord so I don't feel like I'm being watched. If I know I am, but it's fine. What?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Hey, so last session for this group. Doing great so far. Last session started off finding, well, Cal was missing. He left a note saying that he learned all he needed to from us about how humans do things, and he was going to go and fulfill his responsibility, and just didn't want to be around us anymore, and it was sad. There was some panic trying to find Cal. Tried to call him. His phone's sitting on his bed, so don't know how he's going to come back to us when he's done with all of this. So Heathcliff, no, stop that. Cat's got to go away too. It's fine. Don't say it. We decide to get Felix's bike from Stephanie's house, and Sophie and Felix go looking in the area where they think Tal's going to be, where they're supposed to be meeting up to learn about how to control your essence from this mysterious ad. There's this creepy horror movie setup. I mean, okay, maybe not quite that, but there's tarps and lighting, and it's just a violent crime waiting to happen in there. Sophie gets a call from her dad while she's there. She doesn't answer because she's not prepared to handle all that goes along with that. And finds out that her dad and mom are heading to her apartment, where nothing bad could possibly happen at all. The safe place to be. So, Sophie and Felix end up searching for a couple of hours for Tal, and cannot find him. Not even at McDonald's. So they're just no ideas. If he's not at McDonald's, where the hell could he be? So is there stuff I'm missing before heading to the absolute nothing that happened at Sophie's apartment?
Not a
Nothing so
whole lot
far.
of importance, no.
So Sophie tries to tell her dad to wait a while because she's on the opposite end of time. Stop it. So she's on the opposite end of town, and it's going to be about an hour before she's home. And he's like, no, it's fine, because Tiff's boyfriend let us in. But if you've been watching since the beginning, you know that Tiff's boyfriend didn't make it out of that first collision. And don't know why he'd be there anyway, because Tiff has been kidnapped. So, panic ensues, and Sophie and Felix get there as soon as they can, and her dad's car is parked outside, and Sophie goes in alone, tells Felix to just not come in because she's not prepared for her parents meeting him and dealing with all of the nonsense that'll come with that. And turns out her friend owed some people some money, and they were waiting at the house for either Tiff or Sophie to show up. So her mom's being held at gunpoint, and her dad's being beat to... Well, he's beaten bloody, sitting in a chair. And Sophie has to open her goddamn mouth and say, how do you figure I owe you money, while there's a gun pointed at her mother? Because this is the time for that. Sophie ends up giving them her wallet and the pin to her debit card. They find out that Felix is outside. Nothing bad happens there, of course. I don't even remember exactly how it all started, but, you know, Sophie can't shoot a gun. We found that out. So she figured, let's throw it at him. That worked well.
So well.
Oh, well, so now Felix's gun that he had handed to Sophie became a projectile and was picked up by the guy she was trying to throw it at. He was not bothered, other than... Well, I mean, I'd be annoyed if a gun was thrown at me too, but he wasn't hurt. What are you doing, Clifford? No!
I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
Fine. Not panicking, not at all. I totally know where I'm gonna go from here. Yeah, so, Sophie's neighbor hears the gunshots and comes to help, and he gets dead. That was sad. The police get called. One of the two that were looking for Tiff and or just their money from her ends up dead, and the other one runs out. So Sophie's parents and Felix all need to go to the hospital because Felix tried to tackle the guy and decided his head should go through the wall. Didn't watch anymore, but yeah. So Sophie has of course forgotten in all of this insanity that her Well, in all of the insanity of her parents and everything, they've forgotten that, well, no, I think Felix remembers. Sophie's forgotten. Sorry. Sophie forgot that they were supposed to be meeting Rushkoff within an hour at his hotel for who knows what. It's fine. She could totally get there. But she doesn't remember until on the way to the hospital in the ambulance with Felix.
Why is Felix going to the hospital?
Well, because he had been he got shot and tried to shove his head through a wall to tackle a guy. Concussion, bullet wounds. Because Sophie is not good backup in a gunfight.
Apparently not.
Let's just throw it.
Yeah, and did we mention that the guy picked up my gun and took it with him when he ran away?
I think I did.
Sound bitter.
In your dad's car?
Oh, yeah, right. He took Sophie's dad's car, so at least they had the license plate and a general description of the guy. So they know who they're looking for. And, you know, a known associate is laying on the floor. Yeah. So next thing that I can remember is Sophie's like, shit, I should go try to meet Rushkoff. But oh wait, Felix, I know you're laying there, half dead in a hospital bed, but can I have some money? It was awesome. Great times. Excuse you, you're rude. So Sophie gets Felix's wallet, he orders an Uber, she goes to the hotel, and well, X is on the elevator and the doors are closing, but Sophie makes it just in time to climb onto the elevator to have an absolutely not awkward ride up to the penthouse.
Exactly.
Did you mention Felix's confession?
No.
She says no and then takes a sip. No. Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Gee, what confession is that John is referring to, Allie?
You know, I really feel like Megan could take over that. I did a lot of recap.
No, this is your first full recap ever. I think you should say it.
I don't remember. What?
Did you also say anything about the interviews that X was having?
Oh, right, the interviews. Those were important. We missed the interviews.
Shit.
Hey, you know what?
That's all that matters.
Right? We're all just here for the show.
Tired of your shit. I'm leaving.
So seems how you guys broke Allie. Who wants to fill in the little pieces we just mentioned here? Axe, what kind of interviews did you do?
The hacker people that Tao wanted, but left, so I don't know if we're gonna use. X had scheduled 2 people for today, 8 p.m. Did those interviews with characters that I know, and I'm not pulling up
Laura and
notes
Charles.
right now. Yes, those names sound. Yes, Laura Belling and Charles Chip Goodman. Just remember those. So, did those interviews. Charles lived up to what the quick summary we got of him in our notes. Aggressive. Not really too strict on playing by the rules. Laura's more by the books. Wants to do what she can to help the Aberrant. Both seem pretty eager to work with the Techromancers to learn a little bit about Aberrant and teach in exchange. Nothing really big came of the interview. X said he'll call them back as soon as he makes up his mind. Immediately after the interviews were done, he gets a text from Felix saying that we need to meet Rushkov, but I'm on my way to the hospital. So X goes and deals with that. And I believe we had some insight on what Tal was doing. So I'm going to pass it over to my co-star. He can deal with his character.
Tal showed up to the place where people were being told to go to learn about their powers. He arrived a day early. There was abandoned warehouse with some sort of walls set up and cameras and lights and whatnot. He didn't go in, even though he had means to. Went and asked some people in the industrial complex area that he saw about it. They didn't have much information or details. So he went and spent the last of his money on a motel room. And since that was the last of his money, he went to go get some food. Thanks to Echo's tip of where to find food for free, he went and got some dumpster pizza. And aside from that, he saw Sophie and Felix ride by on a motorcycle, and I was like, huh. And then, like, shrugged it off and just kind of went back to his room and is waiting a big day. But what the people are really here for is Felix's confession.
Absolutely. People are totes my goats here for Felix's confession, in which he, after the call from Rushkov, looks at Sophie and thinks, man, if we end up dying and I don't say shit, that'll be my probably biggest regret at the moment. So he goes and he confesses to her that, given the age gap and all they're going through, he has no right to like her as much as he does. But he do. And tries to see where she wants to go with that. But that was just before Daddy called and interrupted any form of an answer for this poor gentleman. While she beat around the bush like, oh man, well, we're just going through so much, but I do have these feelings too. And also, ring, ring, it's like, okay.
Oh, darn the phone.
Dad doing what dads do.
Thanks for the cock block.
So I think that pretty much covers everything. Yeah, I can't
like
really...
20 minutes we tried to coordinate what we were going to end up doing with the fucking RV. That was fun.
Yeah, I can't really think of anything that was too important in that one. Yeah, I think that's good. I think we covered that pretty well. So, with that, housekeeping, and then we go live with tonight's episode. So, the quick rundown for everybody in case you don't know. Above the players' heads, there's 3 dots. Those are their health bars. If they're red, that means they have a wound. If it's not red, they don't have not red. They don't have wounds. No one has wounds.
I have a wound.
Do you have a wound?
I should have a wound.
Felix is kind of in the hospital.
You do have a wound. Wounds, Felix, +1. Hey, so you guys get to see live. That's what it looks like when there's a wound. Top left of all of the player profiles, the little poker chip, that is their bennies. That is so they can re-roll, they can absorb damage, they can interject things into the scene, things like that. I have them too. Top right of their profile are their adventure cards. If there's a number there higher than 0, that means that they have an adventure card they can play. If it is 0 and you have an option to play something that gives them extra cards but doesn't give them an extra opportunity to gain cards, then don't play it because they won't be able to use it. On my panel here, top right are how many raises. Players, you have 8 raises. That allows them to take a single success to a raise. And the little bar over my head is the Stream Loot's little goal that we have. We try to sell 10 packs a week if we can. Streamloots cards are used as interactive digital playing cards that can give them, whoever plays it, unique interactions with the channel. And then the final thing to mention is in the bottom right-hand corner of all of the players, you should see that they have a phone icon. If it's lit up and colorful, like the same color as their border, like Tal's is, then that means that their ringer is on. If it is grayed out with a line through it, like the other 3 players on the bottom, then that means that their phone is on vibrate. If their phone is actually on and rings, any of your interactions or anything will make their phone ring. That is heard by everybody in the world. That is completely canon that phone is ringing when that goes off. So keep that in mind. And now, we'll start off with all right, and let me move this over to here. All right, and now I just gotta figure out why the fuck it ain't working.
Did you yank your earring?
Yes! That's what I get for deciding I wanted to wear large, dramatic earrings.
Yeah.
All right, and players, I don't assume you can see anything on here right now.
That's black.
Why you do this to me?
Oh no. Why are you breaking shit?
I don't know.
This man.
Stop it.
Back out real far.
So I don't know why it's doing it this way. But
That's just a gray map.
But while I figure out the technical side of things here, we ended last episode with X making it to Rushkov's casino, and he makes his way through the hotel. He gets in the elevator, and just as the door is about to shut, Sophie steps on. So we start off today's episode with X and Sophie standing in the elevator. The door closes and begins going up to the penthouse. And oddly enough, the piano music that you're hearing is perfect for the elevator music.
Oh, I can't hear it.
Should have been here.
Nope.
Mhm.
Here, we'll stop it. And then we'll turn it up just a little bit. And then we'll play it again. All right. So you two are just standing there side by side in the elevator as it begins going up towards the penthouse.
Why are you here?
Because we were told to meet him? Why wouldn't I be here?
X like holds his phone up to you. Felix is in the hospital, and you two left together. Why aren't you with him?
Because I was more afraid of the consequences of nobody being able to make it here, or not enough of us being here, than him being in the hospital, conscious, with plenty of people who can take care of him.
Well, I'm here, so you can go back to being by his side.
I'm here now.
Either way, you're not getting off at the penthouse.
Why?
Because I don't know if I can protect you. And it's one thing if I go in there by myself. It's another thing if you go in there. There's actually people that would be heartbroken if you didn't come back out.
You think we wouldn't?
Don't try that. Not anymore. Yeah, if I don't come out, I guess Tal or Felix would be sad. They'd be upset, they'd be mad. But if you don't come out, they'd be devastated. You know that.
It doesn't mean you should go in by yourself.
But it does mean you shouldn't go in.
I mean, if we just go in there and have a conversation, we can both walk out of there just fine.
This is a guy that has broken almost every law that I know. If a pretty girl walks into his penthouse, let's say he just doesn't decide that you're not leaving. He just wants to keep you now.
But what's he gonna do to you if you're the only one who goes?
I have things I can do to get out. And like I said, if I don't make it out, that's the best case scenario at this point.
No, it's not.
All right, and as you say that, there's a ding, and the doors open, and you see an armed guard standing there, and he kind of looks at you both, and he's like, all right, come on.
Axel walk out. As he's walking out, press the first floor on the button and wait for the door to close before Sophie leaves.
You know I can just stop the elevator and come right back up, right?
Do that then.
As the door starts to close, the guy puts his hand on it, and he goes, no, all of you. We're expecting 4. Where are the other 2?
It's just me. Other one's in the hospital, one's on the run.
He pulls out a radio and he goes, there's only 2 of them here. He said one's in the hospital and one's on the run. You just hear kind of staticky over the radio. Send them in.
Sophie will feel a flick on her forehead. Actually just staring at her. Stay close.
I can do that.
X starts walking in.
All right. So, as you walk in, the guy walks over, he opens up the door, he invites you in, and he kind of ushers you into the main opening here. And you can see the doors that were leading into the living room area where you guys were at previously are shut, closed, and instead this guy walks you guys through to this dining area here. And you can see to your left this large wall of windows with a big glass door and a balcony just overlooking all of Vegas below. And at the helm of the table, Rushkov is sitting there. And he's got a large plate of food in front of him. And he takes a bite, and he chews, and he's looking at both of you.
He smiles.
Kind of points his fork. I don't like surprises. And when I expect 4 people to show, and only 2 do, sit.
X is going to pull out a chair for closest one to the door for Sophie. Just like point to it and then pull out another one and sit.
Sophie will sit in the chair that X indicated.
Yeah. So, who is in hospital and who is on run?
Felix, strong one, is in the hospital. The aberrant, I haven't heard from in over 20 hours now at this point. Still in Vegas, just doing shit on his own.
Well, what I have in mind will require everyone. So, either you find him or I do.
We were looking. We'll keep looking.
Good. Have you all heard of the studying that they have been doing in the military of the aberrant people?
In Area 51 or
Yes.
something else? We know slightly of it. We know someone that has information.
Well, they are working on some technology that I am very interested in. I need you to get it for me, and then we wipe slate clean.
Area 51.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a suicide mission, and if we just so happen to get something, okay.
Yeah, I've seen what you can do. You made light work of last job. No traces, no witnesses, no footprints, no nothing. So, I have confidence in you.
That's one of us. You have anyone that can give us information to help us out, or are we going in blind?
No, we have some intel. How about this? You find your friend, and I will get you the information. And then we do one final job together. And your
Together.
friends go free, you go free.
Well, can't really say no. Now can I?
Smart boy.
Do you know what this technology, this weapon, this thing even is?
Yes. But you don't need to worry about the small details. It's in a box. And the big one, he should be able to carry it. So, no trouble getting it here. And then our business will conclude.
Well, all right then.
You have pretty face, and why it's so long right now? He's like pointing his fork at Sophie.
I don't like people getting into bad situations because of me, and, well, I feel like it's my fault Felix isn't here.
So
It is my fault
you
he's here.
put big man in hospital? Now that is a story I would like to hear.
No, just, Tiff, my friend and roommate, guess owed somebody some money, and they were waiting at the house, and my parents were on their way, and, well, Felix helped me keep my parents alive. Really, he did everything. I was useless, and he's gonna end up dead because of me. But yeah,
Yeah, he's strong. He'll bounce back.
from this one, yeah.
Well, good, because I need him in tip-top shape.
Money is a son of a bitch.
It depends on side of coin. Money is power to those who have it, and the devil to those who do not. Choose
I'll drink
wisely
to
which
that.
side you are on. I will have all the information in, let's say, 48 hours, and find your friend before then.
Will do.
If you don't, I will.
And like, X looks back at the area that Hal exploded.
It's all, the doors are all shut on there. You can't see into the living room at
Okay.
all. If you look
Considering
back
what
that way, he's like, he kind of looks at you and, yeah, we are doing a renovation.
No. For everyone's sake, I hope that we find him, so your men don't have to go through him when he's in a bad mood.
Nah, do not worry. We
have some experience with his powers.
We noticed your house here was protected when we were trying to get in last time.
Like I said, money is power. Even those who have actual power need it.
Well, if that's it, then I will not be looking forward to your call, but I will take it when it arrives and extends up.
You want drink? You can have drink before you go.
I'm not old enough, and she's not in the right state of mind.
If you are old enough to break into Area 51, you are old enough to drink.
No, oh, thank you, but I'll pass.
Very well.
He nods at the guard who brought you in.
Good luck.
If you'll stand when X does and follow him out.
Look back at Rushkov and just smile and nod and head out.
Alright, so he ushers you back out the foyer to the elevator, and you guys hop back on.
X is going to stay quiet until out of the casino.
All right, and around this time, we'll say that it is 10 or so p.m. By the time you guys get out of there. Once you guys finally get out, is there anything you wanted to say to Sophie?
X will walk her back to the hospital. And yeah, I'll talk to her on the way. What happened with Felix?
Just what I said. You know, we were looking for Tal at the warehouse, and then my dad called, and he was at the apartment. And, well, I guess Tiff owed some people some money, and it ended up on my neighbor's dead, and one of the guys who was there with the gun is dead, and Felix... well, he did the Felix thing and tried to fix it, and he... well, he's still alive, and he probably has a concussion.
Okay. You need to get this through his head that you can't charge at people with guns, because if we're gonna be going to fucking Area 51, he's gonna last a minute if we're lucky. And he's a big guy. I can hide behind him. I would want him to stay alive a little longer than that.
I mean, I'd like him to stay alive a little longer than that too, but you know, not just for a meat shield.
Is your dad okay?
he was a little beat up. Mom, she,
Your mom was there too?
yeah, Mom was there, Dad was there, and they both went to the hospital too, but Mom just rode in the ambulance with Dad because she was mostly fine. You know, they didn't hurt her, they just had a gun in her face for a while and almost fucked that up too because, well, I'm not good at thinking about the things that I'm saying, which, you know, I don't need to tell you because I've fucked that up enough. But
X is just like looking at you, like the sunglasses like pulled down a little bit so you can see his eyes. Like, yeah, I know.
sorry. Hey,
Why was I the one attacked when you were upset?
it was just more impactful that you were sharing things with her. The other two, you know, Tal is excited and he shares everything with everybody because he trusts everyone. And Felix shares a lot too, but you've been so hesitant to share anything with us, and it was
You know that besides your names, I didn't share anything.
like I said, I didn't think about it, and I don't know, probably feeling a little insecure about my place in the group because if she's capable of using her essence and she can actually be useful, then what do you need me for?
So I don't need you. I don't need Felix. I don't need Tao. But at this point, well, I did want you all around. I don't care if I needed you or not. But when you threw me under the bus, Felix didn't say a word to defend me and just jumped on your case. Tao, who was supposed to be one of my only real friends, and again, I get abandoned. I can see that now. It's just, like you said, what do we need these people for? And I'm just something that you need at this point.
No, that's not what I meant. I want you around. I don't know.
Axel put a hand on your shoulder. Area 51. Then we're done, right?
So then you won't have to deal with my shit anymore.
He put his hand back in his pocket. You open up to people you can relate with. I seen myself in X. Or Echo. I see myself in myself.
So,
Looks in the mirror, he's like, damn, I see myself.
you guy.
I get you. You get me.
That was part of the reason I opened up to Tal as well. The trauma that you have growing up, I can relate to. Echo and Tal both had to deal with a lot. I don't know much about you. I know Felix, he wasn't the favorite child, but from the sounds of it, his trauma comes from him messing up. kind of hard to feel bad for someone when they're the one messing their shit up.
Yeah. And, sometimes it's not that you mess up, it's that your parents have unreasonable expectations of you, and you're not a cookie cutter replica of them, so of course you're gonna.
Parents are irrelevant. They can mess you up a little bit when you're growing up, but you don't need them. You don't need to listen to them. They're just people that you have to stay with for a few years. If that. Any expectations that your parents put on you, you're only putting on yourself if you believe them.
I suppose.
Felix said when he meets someone, anyone, he gives them the same amount of respect as everyone else he meets. I told him I'll believe him on that. But does that mean any random person he finds walking in the middle of the street, is he gonna just throw his life away, jump in front of a bullet if he sees that they need help?
Knowing him, it's possible.
It's stupid. You need to fucking value your own life at one point in your life.
Sometimes it's hard to feel the value of your own life when you have so many outside sources telling you how little it means, and but I agree. He should definitely value his own life a bit more.
Good. Tell him that then. He'll listen to you.
I can try.
Did you find Tal?
No, we found the location, and I swear they're set up for murder. There's
If they set something up to kill Tal, we're gonna have to get Tal out of. We're gonna have to stop Tal from killing everyone that's there.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about him in the slightest.
I mean, maybe it's not quite for murder, but they've got cameras set up and tarps on the ground. Like, they want to film people attempting to use their essence, and if they explode or make a mess, then, well, there's a tarp there, but it just kind of screams horror movie.
That just sounds like. I don't know. We haven't seen how everyone's essences work. Some might be a little messy, so they have a tarp.
Maybe I'm just a little jumpy with everything that has been going on.
They wouldn't be doing live broadcasts on radio and websites and TV if they're just calling people over to kill them. Or watch them kill themselves.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably just for easier cleanup. But still, abandoned warehouse, tarps on the ground. I don't know.
Stop worrying. X doesn't have anything else to say unless Sophie does.
How'd the interviews go? Sorry, we missed those, by the way.
Oh. Names. Laura seemed like she is a good candidate. Charles, he seems like we can have fun with him, but he's a bit of an asshole and is less concerned with the law, which could be good. But I don't know, something tells me him and Felix would just not work well together.
Hmm. Guess we won't really know unless we all get together, which, is why it would have been good to be there, but I was not expecting to hear from my dad today.
Why?
Not a
When this whole Rushkov thing started happening, the first thing I did, even though I haven't talked to these people in years, was get someone to warn my family from coming to Vegas. Was it wrong that I assumed everyone else did the same thing, or should I have to tell everyone, warn their families?
I mean, my family is in Vegas. I grew up here. But
It's horrible. I'll Exo pull out his phone and text the rest of the group. I shouldn't have to say this, but warn your families from coming to Vegas. I guess he's not going to do it to Tao.
Aw. Insensitive.
Rip.
Oh.
Those are mean.
Yeah, so Felix will get a message that says warn your families. But going back, he'll just like remove Tao from one of the recipients. Sophie will get the text too.
Like, thanks,
Thanks,
guy.
I'll,
I assumed last time. I'm not going to assume again. You have my message.
Yeah. Not gonna be able to get them to leave me alone after this shit, though.
Did your parents meet Felix?
Well, yeah, they were in the apartment when there was the shooting happening, and then my neighbor and yeah, they met Felix, and there were no introductions, of course, but I tried to leave him outside, and then they took my wallet, and
They
yeah,
took your wallet?
well, see, there was a gun in my mom's face, and they, yeah. Since Tiff owed them money, they decided since we live together and then that I owe them, and so yeah, they have my wallet.
Was the money I gave you in there?
No. No. Just my
Okay.
cards.
Your cards that were shut off?
One of them. The other one wasn't. But
And
it doesn't really have anything on it,
if-
but
Okay. I was gonna say, you've been saying that your cards have been shut off for the past, week now?
Well,
But only one of them was shut off?
the credit card has been shut off, but my debit card that has nothing in it, where my paychecks are deposited, haven't exactly been working.
You
So-
shouldn't use credit for everything. I guess that's the last thing we have to worry about right now, though. Well, if you say your parents were in the hospital,
Yeah. My
I
dad
guess
needed to get checked out.
hey, your family and Felix can bond a little, both being in the hospital now.
Yeah.
I'm actually excited to see this. I think I'm gonna pay them a little visit.
Awesome. Can't see this going poorly at all.
All right, so about the time that you all get to the hospital, it is now 11 o'clock.
Shit. Fuck. I can't find it. Okay. Do you wear rings?
No.
Okay. Fuck. Actually, gonna take off one of his then. Just grab your hand and put on the ring finger.
Oh, we're doing this again.
It's close to midnight. I doubt I'm gonna be able to get in, but if you're gonna want to spend some time with Felix or your family, I think they'll let you in.
Yeah.
Don't be so hesitant when you're talking about who you are. I guess I'm his fiance. You're giving off the wrong vibes.
Yeah. Not good at this kind of stuff. But
Before walking into the hospital, Sophie feels another flick on her forehead. Stop
What?
walking around places by yourself too.
But
Just say okay.
I'm a child. I can handle myself.
Okay.
And well, I didn't walk. I got
Flick.
an Uber to.
Okay.
Lick me again, I'm gonna break your finger. I'll be more careful about things. I will.
All you have to say is okay. You're making this complicated.
Fine.
Thank you. X walks in.
I'm just gonna ask, where are you guys doing this at?
Right, and the doors are like opening and closing as we're standing there.
All right. So, are you going in with her?
I'm gonna follow her and see if I can go back to visit, but I doubt they're gonna let me. So as long as they'll let me follow, I will.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they don't have any sort of trouble. She was already in there when he was put in and everything like that, so they let him back in there. Let her back in there, and you follow. What's Felix doing?
He's been waiting rather tense, just like sitting there, just staring at the door, like phone in his hand. Like he saw X's text and he just assumes things are okay, but he doesn't know well enough because there was no real conversation about like all is well. So he's just like waiting to see what the hell Rushkov had to say, just tense.
I think Sophie didn't keep him waiting nervously or anything.
Poor guy.
We're just bad at this, okay?
So as you're sitting there staring at your phone and everything, you see Sophie and X walk in the room.
He perks up and he just looks at the two and he's just like, "Hey guys,
Fuck you.
thank you, really appreciate it." Mhm.
Actually, go sit down.
What did I do to you? I didn't ask for this.
I don't need to know that we need to meet Rushkov like 15 minutes beforehand.
I would have told you a lot sooner if
You can't
Mom
use
and Pop
bullets
didn't happen.
and fighting as an excuse. Not you.
What?
You can't use bullets and fighting as an excuse.
Okay, so literally, Rushkov called, hung up the phone. Less than a minute later, her dad called. So while we were in the middle of discussing stuff, it became a shit gotta get to her apartment, and then all that happened, and then literally the next moment I had to spare was in the back of the ambulance when I texted you. So life happened, and it got in the way. We found out at just about 7 o'clock that we had to be there, and then speed off to Sophie's shoot 'em up garbage hospital, 9 p.m.
Looks at Sophie. Fuck you too then.
I'm sorry.
So,
I'm just glad y'all are okay.
At least
Get
for
up.
now.
walk it off. We gotta go.
I mean, I should be okay for the most part. I'm rather stitched up. I think they just wanted to watch me till morning, so...
Okay.
Somehow, with all the bullet wounds and shit, the worst thing was my concussion.
How did they manage to like hit you over the head after you're? I thought you were good up close.
I tried to tackle the guy and ended up missing and going headfirst into a wall.
You gave yourself a concussion.
Shut the fuck up! Oh, fuck. Hand goes down to the bullet wound in his stomach again.
That's funny.
We've already established that I'm not the smartest man. Do we
Doesn't
really
mean
have
you
to
can
keep picking
use
on it?
You can't use the empty space as a weapon then.
Told me to use my head! But, they have my gun now, so I'm gonna need a new one.
I'm sure it's gonna be easy to get you set up with a new firearm. Especially
not saying-
the shit we've been going through.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's a problem to buy a new gun. I just wish it didn't have to happen.
I know. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry.
Why did you throw it?
You threw it?
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously,
Okay.
I've not been thinking well today. So
We like as fast as possible. We need to get you out of here first. We need to go find Tao because apparently you guys need some chaperones and can't be left alone. And I'm not doing full duty on that. We need him to take shifts with me.
What echo does work?
I don't think she needs to be
Ooh.
involved in all that. We've already put her. We've put her
in
through so
that.
much.
Right.
What?
Right. I wasn't connecting dots. What happened? What was it about? Or should we wait till we're not in the hospital to have this conversation?
It's not important. It's something that we were able to just handle while the both of us were there. We'll let you know when we have everyone.
Got it.
We had a conversation. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
But next time we all need to be there.
I don't know. I think I made some ground with him today.
I just kept my mouth shut because I'm just doing a whole lot of not doing the right things and saying good things. So I figured I could just shut the hell up for that.
Apparently, Rushkov likes it when everyone around him just says yes to everything.
No
Most
shit.
people in power do.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's like all this confrontation that we've had this entire time almost could have been avoided.
I was just listening to Lynn.
We need to we need to fill her in too once we get everyone.
Okay.
But that's all I'm saying about that right now.
Understood.
Where's your parents?
Down the hall.
Down the hall, I guess.
Shouldn't we like check up on them and see how they're doing?
Yeah, I should do that. You should stay here.
Me? I'm not staying here. I'm going.
What?
It's,
I can make it a couple of rooms down the hall by myself.
I know that. Doesn't mean I want to miss the show.
There will be no show. There's no show to be seen. It is fine. Nothing's going to happen.
Like, we'll
You can
stand up
stay-
and like hold open the door for you.
Okay, now you. I don't want to miss it. I'm giving you a hard time, Sophie.
Axel like point to his button. You won't miss it. Well,
If anything, they're gonna be grateful, Sophie. So whatever is making you nervous, their lives were just saved. So
That's not what I'm concerned about.
it's fine. I can back you up when I start yelling at you.
Fine. I would really rather you stay here, but obviously it's
I'm
not
not
happening.
listening.
So. I know. I know. And I don't even have the right to ask you to.
Let's go.
Rumbling, walking out the doors.
they're like two boyfriends.
Our daughter is a whore.
Wow.
So you get to your parents' room, and you can see your mom is asleep in the chair, and your dad is passed out with an IV hooked up to him.
They're sleeping. I'm gonna go sit in there with them until they wake up. You should go out. There's only one other chair.
I could like nudge her towards her parents.
She will try to shut him out.
What are you trying to do?
Just like get in the door and shut it without him coming in. Quietly, so she doesn't wake them. Of course.
Alright. I still like ruffle her hair. I'm going to the RV. I'm not staying in a hospital overnight.
Should you be going anywhere alone?
Shit. No. Please.
What?
You hear the voice of your mom. Who is that?
Just a friend, Mom. We started playing music together.
She pats the chair next to her.
Sophie will sit.
She just kind of looks at you and she just gives you this kind of smile, like a forced smile. And she puts her head on on your shoulder and she closes her eyes.
She'll pat her head. How's Dad doing?
Well, ever since they put him on morphine, he's been great. Apparently, he has a fractured jaw and a broken orbital.
I had no idea that if owed anybody any money. I'm sorry.
Where is she?
She's staying somewhere else for a little while. Her boyfriend got in a car accident not too long ago, and she needed some time away from the apartment where she spent a lot of time with him.
Give me a persuasion roll, please. She kind of raises her eyebrow at you and gives you that look of disbelief. But she doesn't say anything.
I don't think her attractive bonus counts here, being as her mom.
Mom thinks I am
Oh, that is
adorable.
true. Yeah,
I am
so this is outright
adorable.
loss. Okay. She she raises her eye at you and she goes, "After all these years, you don't think that I know when you're lying?"
I was hoping that maybe it would slip past you this time, because, well,
We just got our ass kicked because of her. I think that this is a bit warranted.
yeah, she's being held hostage.
She like picks her head up and just turns full and looks at you. What? We gotta call the police. And she starts like ruffling through her purse.
Mom.
What do you mean no? Don't be silly. If we gotta do something about this.
I'm working on it. That's not gonna help anything. I promise you.
Sophie, they have people that they pay to do this. They're called police.
Huh, and the police are quite often paid off by the people who do things like this. Especially...
Don't be ridiculous. She grabs her phone. Now tell me everything that you know.
Mom, put the phone down.
I will put the phone down once you tell me everything that you know.
I know that the police are not going to be able to help.
And how do you know that?
Because she's with Rushkoff.
Who? Who is that? Am I supposed to know who that is?
Never mind.
Okay, this is ridiculous. And she starts dialing on her phone.
No, Sophie's gonna try to take the phone away from her.
All right, go ahead and do an agility roll. Ooh, yeah. Mama's got the rolls just like you. 10 versus 7. She like pushes you away and she stands up and she starts dialing. And you just hear, Dennis, we have an issue and we're gonna need to call your friends up at the precinct so we can get to the bottom of this.
You just put the phone down, Mom.
Hold on. I will not put the phone down. Sorry. So, one of Sophie's friends...
I was exaggerating. Rushkoff's her new boyfriend. He's a little bit controlling, and he doesn't like her to talk to me, so I haven't heard from her in a while.
Persuasion.
You got this.
You know how she is. She picks the great ones.
Dennis, I'll call you back. If I find out you're lying to me, I'm canceling all your cards.
Okay.
I mean it.
Okay.
You know what? Just sit here and watch your father. And she storms out of the room.
What are you doing?
What's who doing?
You use a Benny. Which makes me concerned.
Do you not pay attention to the rolls?
Okay, just making sure that that's all it was. And Megan, if you were talking, you were muted.
I said exactly what he did.
Yeah.
Do not pay attention to the rolls.
I get distracted. There's a lot going on my screen.
I know, you didn't even answer my whisper.
Oh, I don't know.
I was trying to bust it out, but I didn't know it, so I couldn't. So yeah, so she's gone for a while.
Also, I don't know how to respond to whispers. I don't know how to whisper. It doesn't work in Fantasy Grounds for me.
You do /W space, and then to whisper to me, you would type in GM space, whatever you want to say.
Or you can you can right click on the dice tower and click the little like ping looking button. And that does the DM.
Wow. Wow, thanks then.
I didn't know what to tell her.
I think there's a couple different ways to do it, but yeah. What's Felix do when everybody leaves?
He thinks long and hard about what X had said, and he's trying to debate whether or not he should really reach out. I mean, no brainer. He's gonna automatically send a text to his sister that says that there's some shit going on. Don't come visit. Don't worry about it. But he's not sure about reaching out to his parents. And it's going to take some more thinking than just laying here in the bed in this next 2 minutes whether or not he's actually going to grow a fucking pair and talk to his dad or not.
Okay. Is Tal doing anything for the rest of the night?
Nope, because the meeting is not till tomorrow, right?
Yep, tomorrow evening.
Just in his notebook and like trying to figure out new powers and stuff and doing some subtle practicing, nothing major.
All right. All right.
Forgot to include that I would be texting Colin and Kay about it. Telling them to steer clear.
Who's Tal texting to let? Oh wait. All right. Then after a short while, your minds are coming back in there and recomposed, and then she sits down, and she's just like, if you want to go, check on your little boyfriend, that's fine. You don't have to stay in here. We're fine.
Mute.
Not even ready for this conversation with her mom. So Sophie's just gonna get up and shake her head and call me or text me with updates.
As you're saying that, she like leans over and like hits the little button on the morphine drip.
I'll just walk out, I guess.
All right. Is X planning on doing anything tonight?
Not really. Just trying to wake up early enough to be up for tomorrow's interviews. Oh, and we got we gotta pick up all the food and shit tomorrow too. Yeah, no. Early to bed tonight.
Okay.
Even though it's gonna be like 12 when he gets there or later. I'm gonna have to drive the RV, huh?
You got this. So, are you sleeping where it's at right now, or are you gonna drive back to the mall?
It should be at the mall
Is it
already.
the mall still? Okay.
Yeah, so it should be fine where it's at.
Okay. All right. So, Sophie, what are you doing for the night? You're really the only unknown variable here.
Mute.
Mute.
I did it again, my bad. I'm eating chips and they're crunchy. Probably just gonna sit in a waiting room. I don't know.
Sad.
I don't know. She might. Maybe she'll go talk to Felix again. She'll walk back by the door, and if he's sleeping, she's not gonna go in there, and if he's awake, she'll go in there. How about that?
Ain't no way this man's asleep.
Okay. Then Sophie will go back into Felix's room.
You look flustered. How'd that go?
Oh, well. It went awesome. My mom tried to call the cops because I couldn't shut my mouth. It's fine.
So,
It's my mom, and she's like, well, she's sitting there while my dad's been beaten bloody, and it's just like, and it's not like she even believes anything I'm saying, so, yeah. I might have accidentally said that Tiffany's being held hostage, and she tried to call the cops, but then I convinced her that Rofchikov is just her new boyfriend, so it's fine.
aren't I supposed to be the one who doesn't think before I speak?
Apparently it's catching, because I've been doing it all damn day.
As she's talking and moving her hands about, you catch the glint of a ring on her finger.
Whoa. What you wearing?
What? Oh, goddamn X.
I'm even further confused. X gave you a ring?
Well, you know, the most guaranteed way to make sure that people can come in to see you is to fabricate a familial relationship. So,
I've already told this hospital before that you're my fiance.
I just, you know, today is not the day for me to be arguing with X. You know, I just can't shut my mouth. And things have just been going wonderfully. So I decided to just, and you know, it just kind of happened. And then, you know, he flicked me in the forehead. I don't know how many times today. Yeah.
Damn. Just damn.
But,
I'm just laughing, thinking to myself, like, I had this brief moment of like, dude, bro code, and then I'm a fucking idiot, don't mind me.
And Sophie will take the ring off of that finger and put it onto the other hand if it fits, or into her pocket or something. No. No. That'd be...
Where is he anyways? He went with you.
Oh, yeah. Mom was kind of sleeping, and so I wasn't really letting him into the room. And he decided he's not sleeping in the hotel, so he went to the RV.
I don't blame him.
Hospital. Hospital. I said hotel.
You know, I knew what you meant. I wasn't gonna question it.
Like I said, my words are working great today. I'm saying great things.
Well, I mean, what about you? I mean, you're more than welcome to share, or I could scoot over.
I don't want to cause more pain to you because I'm the entire reason you're in this position. So I just...
Trust me, Sophie, that would not be an issue. I'll be fine. He just scoots anyways. Just kind of like shrugs at her.
Well, she'll go and sit next to Felix. She kind of flop on the bed and lean her head on his shoulder like, it's been a really long day.
Absolutely. Very, very long day. I'm just glad you guys didn't have any issues at Rushkov's. I would have endlessly blamed myself for not getting off my ass and going to be there if you guys ended up hurt.
Yes, how dare you be in the hospital? Bleeding and concussed from a situation that you were in because of me. Yet again, bleeding and concussed. Because...
It's worth it.
No, it's not.
It is, because you're alive, and your parents are alive. And I'm alive. We're all living.
This time...
But who knows if any of you would have been, if I didn't jump in there. So you know what? It's all that's important. Is that you guys are okay. And these will heal. They said that it's miraculous, all the things that got missed when I got shot. Like, I got lucky.
Yeah, this time. What happens if next time you're not so lucky?
Well, then we'll have to worry about that next time, won't we?
Or you could stop. Just...
What? What? Do you want me to just let you get hurt?
No, but I just...
Like...
Do you... I don't want you to get hurt either. Shut up, Sin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that you're here because of a situation that you wouldn't have been in if it weren't for me. I don't like that it's my fault you're here.
Don't think of it as your fault. My dumb ass would have gotten into something anyways. And besides, this all is happening because all of us drove a limo.
I swear,
Albeit
she has
some of
the
us
worst
knew
ideas.
more than others. Hey, you know... Sucks that you had to be dragged into this, but I'm glad I'm not alone in it. Because who knows what other people that ended up driving those limos would have been like, and if they would have been any help, or if I'd be dead. It's not like you guys haven't saved my skin. I'm grateful to have all of you.
Me too. Although, after talking to X, it seems like the group has an expiration date.
Expiration date. Sorry. I combat my feelings with humor, if you haven't noticed.
Now I feel like I'm in pain after that joke.
Boo. Listen. I mean, just because he wants out of the group doesn't mean I'm going anywhere. And I doubt Tal would even allow this to happen. After all, he said that he'd be back, he just had to take care of things. But we're gonna, after I get fixed up, because I should be fine, I'm all stitched up, good to go. They're gonna give me my fucking ointments to put on my wounds, painkillers, all that other fucking shit. And then they'll just send me off in the morning. And we can find Tal tomorrow at 8 p.m. at the address we'll know he'll be at tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Yeah. That's good. We definitely need to find Tal quickly.
I'm worried about the kid. He says he learned all he needs to learn, but he's just so naive. I'm worried about somebody duping him over. He just trusts.
Yeah. But I mean, he also handles himself really well, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, he can keep himself out of, like, physical trouble, but doesn't mean he won't get conned or scammed or something. That he doesn't even realize something bad's going on. Because the wrong person.
Does Felix have the TV on?
Sure. Probably. We all know he's a news junkie.
Go ahead and give me a notice roll, both of you. While you two are talking, you notice kind of a flicker on the TV, and you see a reporter standing there talking. I assume you have it on mute while you're talking right now. But you notice in the background is Sophie's apartment. And they got lights and, police on the scene, and they're kind of standing in front of it just talking to the camera.
Felix just, like, staring at screen, reaches over and grabs the remote, unmutes it.
And amongst the victims at the resident was a Vietnam War vet.
And you see a picture of Sophie's neighbor flash up on the screen.
This dedicated veteran.
And they start listing off these different accolades and awards that he earned while in the service. It says he is survived by his wife and 3 daughters.
Felix just grabs Sophie's hand and is like, hey, it's not your fault. He just wanted to make sure you were gonna be okay. He was doing his best to help. It's not your fault.
Isn't it though? If I had told my parents anything about what was going on or even warned them to not come around, they wouldn't have been there. So I wouldn't have been there. So he wouldn't have gone in.
Yeah, but there wouldn't have been an issue about any of that if Tiff didn't owe people money. So, like, if you want to point the fingers, you can trace it all the way back to good old Tiffers. But
I have a hard time.
we're not mad at Tiff, are we?
Well, I have a hard
We
time
just want
being
to
mad at her
save.
and blaming her for things in the situation she's in right now. Because,
Yeah.
this is just...
What color were your eyes?
Hazel.
Just wondering.
All right, so you two continue your little chit chats throughout the night. I assume eventually Sophie falls asleep in the bed there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then you two are woken up relatively early by one of the nursing staff coming in to check on Felix. X, you're getting up early for these interviews, right?
Interviews are at 8 o'clock. So
In the morning?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So what time are you waking up?
I have to wake up a little bit earlier than usual, so 6:30 to go for his run, then come back, shower, and be out just in time for 8.
Okay.
It's the group's not here today, so I'm gonna make food for himself, Echo, and 2 extra plates for the people that are coming for the interview.
All right, before you do that, give me a vigor roll at a -1, please.
Been doing this shit every day for the past few years. It's nothing new to him.
All right. So yeah, you wake up, do your jog, get back home, make food for you, Echo, and then 2 additional plates. And right around the time you finish, you hear a knock.
Go answer it. He's in his shorts, tank top, with an apron over it. Is one of them there, or are they both here already?
They're both there already.
All right, like gestures them in with the spatula. Good morning. Come in. I got you guys' seats already.
And the 2 people you see standing there are like dichotomies of one another. You have this this short this short white girl who has her head shaved except for a spike mohawk. She has piercings all in her nose, multiple piercings in her ears. She's wearing a sort of torn, thin-strapped tank top, in a skirt, She has multiple spiked bracelets on. She's wearing all black and red. And the only thing that makes her about your height is the fact that she has these like thick 3-inch like platformed boots on. And they're boots that go up to like her knees. And then standing next to her, you see this guy who is just completely, if you've seen him in a crowd somewhere, he would never stand out to you. He's just got khakis on, and he has like a flannel shirt, and he just looks like a run-of-the-mill, everyday, ordinary person.
Okay. Yep. Gestures a man. Points to the 2 seats with the spatula with the 2 plates. Do either of you want coffee?
The lady, she's like, yeah, I'll take a cup, black. And the other guy's like, yeah, I'll take one with cream and sugar, please. two scoops of sugar.
All right. Makes coffee, hands it to each of them. X gets like a small little glass of orange juice, and he sits down in front of him. Okay. Don't want to assume anything, but then he points to Jessica. Like, you're Jessica Keller, and he like flips the paper over. Your first name got kind of messed up. Miller.
Yeah, Miller. Charles Miller, but just Miller.
All right. So, shit. I think I still have this shit saved on my phone. I don't have it on my phone. Okay. I'll make this shit up as we go then. X takes off or jumps up, runs to the room real quick, comes back, puts his button down over his shoulder, like on the windowsill, to record this. Okay. Did Lynn Chapel let you guys know why we were getting in contact with you, or any kind of information?
The only thing that she told me is that this has to do with helping out the Aberrant.
Okay. And I'm gonna assume that you don't have any kind of special information either, and he points to Miller. So based off of that,
He's just sitting there holding a cup of coffee with 2 hands, sipping on it.
We are directly associated with a large group of Aberrant, a few of which are actively working on and gaining information on some military projects that might help us get them back home. And that's the reason we need the help from some people like you. We need people that can go into these classified areas, get information, get it back to their techromancers, get it back to the Aberrant, get it back to us, so we know what we're looking for, what can help us, and anything we can to help out the Aberrant. So, that being said, are you both willing to go into these I'm not gonna lie, it's not some small companies that we're going into, or like we're trying to currently we're working on going into Area 51.
You hear like a. What? Like the military base?
Yeah.
Geez,
We don't need you to come with us. We just need people that are good with computers to get us information. Maybe turn off some lights, turn off some cameras, whatever you can do on your side, which will help us out on our side.
Okay. I mean, it's not really my strength or anything, but I'm willing to help anywhere I can.
I know your sheet says you're a good hired hand. You taught yourself how to use a rifle. I'm assuming if that's on the paper, you're pretty good with a rifle.
Yeah, I'm not bad.
So, like, no matter what we choose you for, you're not going to be in the direct mission that we are. If you're good with a rifle, maybe we can have you somewhere out, a ways away, just doing like recon, giving us information from what you can see. That might suit you better than what I had in mind.
I'm not afraid to get into the fray. I just don't know if what I have is enough. I'm good with a rifle. I know how to take care of myself, but I'm sorry. I'm talking all. You're not. I don't mean to be rude. Let her answer.
Jessica, what's your thoughts on this?
She's just sitting there looking at him like. Yeah. Why would you want to go into Area 51?
We have one of the aberrant that we're working with came from there. They have a bunch of aberrant trapped there doing experiments on. I believe they said that they have the misfits, the people that the essence didn't really bond to correctly or favorably, trapped there too. And getting out the aberrant, getting these people some help, getting the information that they have is all gonna help us get the aberrant back to their house, their home.
When you say get them back home, do you mean like to their world or like
Yes.
home here?
Their world. I don't know if you've seen this in the news, but there was a big explosion in the desert somewhere. And we think that was them trying to open up the rift that brought them here. So we know there's some kind of information, some kind of work that they're making going towards this already. But them being the military, we know that they're trying to weaponize it and instead of trying to help out the people. Especially with one of the escapees telling us that they actively have these people trapped and doing experiments on.
So you guys already have like a way in?
This is all brand new information that we're getting. It's in the beginning stages. We're not going to rush in without a plan, but this is all you're jumping into the beginning stages of everything.
Okay. Well, I got guns covered. I got explosives covered.
That could be useful.
As far as tech goes, I mean, I'm okay with it, but I don't think I'll be able to hack into anything from the government.
Right. Okay. So both of you would be willing to join in on a raid of Area 51?
He said it, ladies and gentlemen. He said the word.
She like takes a sip of her coffee. She's like, "Fuck it." Miller's like, if it's gonna help, yeah.
Okay. Why were besides the obvious answer of helping the aberrant, why you two put your names out there to be called for something like this?
I just see the way that the government has been treating these people, and I think it's bullshit. And I think it's about time for a change.
Okay.
Miller's like, I mean, honestly, I know what it's like to be the outcast from things, and if I can help, then what kind of a person would I be if I didn't? Plus, you know, the money's gonna help my family too, so it's a win-win situation.
Damn it. That completely threw me off of my next question. Okay. Jessica, I know you had some issue with a trial and that whole thing.
I was acquitted.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about me bringing anything like that up. I know it's like, but besides from that, any kind of trouble with the law from either of you? I might be hard to top of that, Jessica.
That fucker got what he deserved.
I'm sure.
But no, other than some unpaid parking tickets, I'm squeaky clean.
Cool. Mr. Miller?
I've never even seen the back of a cop car.
You too willing to give up your clean records?
If that's what we gotta do, yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me? That's all I had.
No, you seem like you guys are thick in the mix of this stuff, so I don't really know what else to say. Thanks for the opportunity.
Jessica?
When do we start?
Alright. I'm gonna have the rest of my group here for a discussion, and if we decide to go with you, you'll get a call back from us. But other than that, I think we're done here.
Yeah, she gets up, starts walking down. He puts down his cup. He's like, "Thanks for breakfast."
Did she even touch her food?
No.
Fuck. Hold the door open for both of them. And as soon as they leave, he's gonna just sit there quietly, like eating his food, finishing his breakfast. And when he's done, he's like, Echo! Wake your ass up.
What do you mean wake up? Like I could sleep through any of this shit.
Wait, she was in the bunk this whole time.
No, she wasn't in the bunk.
Okay, I was gonna say.
They're passed the fuck out while they're having their interview. And
Big
why are you
t-shirt,
here?
no pants, per usual.
Mhm. You call her.
I wonder
she, like,
Jessica didn't eat any of her food.
distracted. She pops out of your room with your laptop. She's still going through the shit, all the emails and everything. She's like,
Dude.
we need to figure out what we're gonna be doing with all this today. We got a lot of shit we gotta move.
You don't need to go through any more of those. You're not gonna get through all of them. I can promise you that. But yeah, it's apparently it's just us today. I thought we were gonna have a whole fucking group to help us out with this, but we're gonna be going spot to spot, picking up all this shit and dropping it off at where the Ivern are.
When do you think they're gonna let Felix out?
I don't know. And text Felix, you awake yet? Get here.
Echo reaches over and just grabs food off of the plate that wasn't eaten, even though you made her one.
Did she touch her plate?
I mean, if you gave it to her, she did.
Okay, yeah.
Then if there's like bacon or sausage or anything on the plate, she's just kind of reaching over and grabbing the snack foods.
Okay. People don't appreciate this shit. I'm trying to be a good employer.
She's like, you're doing great. Good food. You know, if Tao was here, he'd eat it.
Yeah. No, he'd put it in his pocket.
But it would eventually get eaten.
Yeah.
Listen, he don't judge you for your weird shit. Don't judge him for his weird shit.
Felix is gonna get like the same message like 5 times in the next 5 minutes.
Felix would have answered the first time he received it. I just didn't get referenced. But yeah, of course I'm awake. You think they're not gonna come poke and prod me at fucking 6 a.m. in a hospital?
Get here.
Working on it.
Every 30 minutes you don't show up, you're gonna get that same message.
By the third one, he's just like, listen here, you little shit. I will whoop your ass.
It's debatable now.
Grumpy face, laughing face.
Until it's 8 o'clock, so until noon, I'll just go over the plan with Echo, where we're sectioning off the divisions of people dropping their stuff off, and what time they should drop it off so we can pick it up.
Cool. Give me a battle roll.
Unskilled.
Got this.
Oh. There's a lot to deal with.
Okay. As you're telling her, you're like, all right, we're gonna go here, we're gonna go here. She's like, why would we go there and then there when these two are right next to each other? Why wouldn't we go here and then here?
We gotta throw them off the trail.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh no. Okay. Good thing I'm hot.
She's not impressed.
All I got going for me right
It's a good thing you're pretty, cause damn you stupid.
Yeah, it failed the battle, failed the persuasion. The only reason.
Uh,
Ah,
she just looks at you. You're full of shit. No, we're
Yeah.
gonna go here, and then we'll go here, and then we'll go here. It doesn't make sense to do it any other way.
this is why I need you.
So nurses are gonna come in for Felix, check you over, say, you know, it would probably be best if you stay here for a few days, but that's up to you.
I'll be alright.
Um,
Gotta get back to work, make rent, all that happy shit.
I mean, I'm sure work will understand. You got a bullet in your gut. You know, we can write you a note for these things.
Yeah, work might understand, but my landlord don't give a shit. As he's just like working on getting up. So I'll be discharging.
Alright, well, we're gonna have you sign some papers that say that you're leaving against the discretion of the doctor's orders.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Alright. She looks over at Sophie like, are you sure you can't talk him into staying?
Well, Sophie.
No, I don't think I can. I've tried to talk him into things, but
The only time I use my head is for the wrong reasons.
Alright, well, I'll send one of the nurses in with some discharge papers. Just need you to sign them, and then you'll be on your way. So they get everything ready, and you're out of there by like 11 o'clock. So by noonish or so, Felix and Sophie make it back to the RV. Well, I guess before we go there, is Sophie going to do anything else? Are you checking on your parents? Are you staying? What is Sophie's game plan here?
yeah, I think she would briefly check in on her parents and see how her dad was doing, but nothing long. Say that she had to go and I don't know what she would tell her mom.
Well, you go into the room and your mom's not there. Your dad's awake, watching Fox News, and he's like, "Oh, hey, oh, your hair got so long."
Did Felix come with her?
Why are you watching this crap?
I don't know if you did or not. That would be up to you and Sophie's discretion, unless she did it when you were getting ready.
Unless Sophie stopped him, he would have just followed.
Well, I feel like she would have checked on. Felix is gonna have to probably get changed into his get out of the hospital clothes, so she'd give him some privacy and go check on her parents at that point.
Okay.
Haha, she don't see your wiener.
Not this time.
Oh god, that's terrifying.
So, he's like, "Oh, I'm not really watching it. I'm just kind of listening to the commercials."
Okay. How you feeling?
Feel great.
Still on morphine. Got it.
No, I mean it wasn't that bad. Just a couple scrapes and bruises. Well,
I'm sorry.
You came in. You were like, you came in there and did that. You were good. just like I raised you.
All right. Well, it sounds like you need to get some more rest. I'm gonna change the channel, and then, maybe mute the TV. I'll leave a note for Mom. Call me when you're. I'll leave a note for Mom to have her call me. And if you need anything, go ahead and give me a call, and I'll do what I can.
If you want, you could tell the nurse to come back in here. I think the morphine is wearing off.
Are you starting to hurt, or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell the nurse on the way out. But
You look just like your mom.
okay, Dad. And she's gonna go and give him a hug and then head out.
So yeah, so you get back to Felix's room. He's ready. Finishing up his discharge papers. The nurse still trying to convince him to stay.
It's not happening. Like I'm going home. It's just like
Just talking with the nurse when Soph walks in.
Okay, just sign here and, just understand that you're waiving the right to further treatment.
waiving my right to sue you for my treatment not being complete. But yeah.
All right, Mr. Torres, be safe.
Do my best.
Oh, and you might hear from LVPD later about that GSW, so just,
Wouldn't be surprised.
All right, so you guys get out of there, and you make it back to the RV around noon.
They walk in, and Felix is just gonna grab a pillow off a bucket, just throw it at X and be like, "Stop texting me!"
X doesn't even try to catch it or move out the way. He just pillow. Okay, it's noon. Get in the seat and drive. Do your thing. Here,
Yes,
and
sir.
he throws down a printed off piece of paper. We're gonna go here, then here, then here, then here.
No, here. Don't listen. I'll sit up there with you.
Are you good to drive? Felix, how about I drive? And
It's probably the only thing I can do in this is drive.
Are you still hurt?
I have.
how's your head?
I'm not allowed to drive and operate heavy machinery.
I can try to fix you up the way Tal does.
No.
I'm good with my essence.
You made an electric demon that killed you.
Who else can do that? I'm an
Echo raised their
illusionist.
hand.
I have not seen you try.
Put their hand down.
I have not seen you do any form of healing. I'm not letting you near my head. Okay?
Slowly reaches his hand over. You see the sparks start to form.
No.
Meanwhile,
Smack
Echo
the
has
hand.
walked around you guys, grabbed Sophie by the arm, walked with Sophie up to the driver's seat, and you guys feel the pull of the vehicle as they have already started while you guys are talking.
I like it.
Megan, I can get rid of your wound if you want.
You can try to get rid of the wound.
No, I can. Without a doubt, I can. It's not a maybe or anything, but I can. The only thing is, you're gonna get a scar and a -2 for persuasion for like an in-game month.
No.
Okay. You're doing when you're sleeping then.
Smack the shit out of you.
Just put a hand on Felix's. Like, oh god. I fixed them, but god damn, that fucked him up.
Good news and bad news. Good news. That wound
He
is
gets
closed.
a new scar on his face. It's not the burns that are all over his back, but now there's like a like freaking burn across his face. That's just like the shape of X's hand. Like, thanks, asshole.
Have you ever seen
Imagine
the
how
markings that
cool
people
that'll
get when they're
look,
struck
though.
by lightning?
It's so cool. It's like a fucking tree like growing like markings and shit on their
Yeah, but
back.
it starts like a fucking hand here and just like shoots across his face. He'd be pissed.
But you look cool.
No.
Chicks dig scars?
I was just gonna, say that.
No.
Stick with your wound then.
I will.
All right, Sophie, I need a drive roll. No bonuses.
That's my girl.
All right.
Did okay.
You did fairly decent. Yeah, so you guys make your way. So you start heading to the different areas that are that Echo is navigating you to go to. And what's the game plan? What is your idea of how this is going to be handled, X?
I know we're not gonna be able to get everything, but like we're gonna pick up 2 loads at a time because I don't think the RV is gonna fit any more than that. Take that to the Aberrant's safe house, then from there go pick up 2 more, take it, and just until we picked up everything that we have on the list.
Okay. And what time do you plan on stopping if you don't make it through everything?
I don't think we didn't have anything else to do.
By 8 p.m. we
See.
have the thing.
Okay, yeah. So 7:30.
I'd want to be done before that. I'd want to be there by 7:30.
7.
Okay.
7 hours.
Give me a D6. Give me a 4d20.
Oh, lots of good rolls in there, except for that one. One was hidden behind all the other good ones.
So you have 42 potential stops that you could get to. So if you're knocking out 2 at a time, you got 21 different stops that you could potentially get to. And you're gonna be able to do that in 7 hours. So it's like 3 an hour, which actually, depending on where they're at, isn't unfeasible. So let's have some fun with this then.
Dramatic task.
Dramatic task. We'll call Sophie's drive roll the first one, so that's 2 successes. So between you guys driving to get there, arriving, picking up all the shit, loading it onto the vehicle, driving back to where the Aberrant are at, dropping it off and bringing it to wherever it needs to go to. Felix, what are you doing to assist with this?
I lift things up, I put them down.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll then.
Don't rip a stitch.
All right. X, what you finna do?
If anyone's around one of the pickup sites, he's gonna persuade them to help out.
Okay. All right. So 2, 4, 5 successes for your first run. So you guys are able to find some that are close enough together and get lucky enough with it that you knock out 6 stops within the first hour. For the second hour, Sophie, what are you going to do to assist with all this that isn't driving?
I am going to notice good places to park at these locations.
Okay.
I'm doing fucking awesome at it.
All right, Felix, what are you going to be doing to assist that isn't lifting things?
That's really all I got, bro. Whenever we go back to drop things off, he's going to try his best to communicate with the aberrant and occasionally greet them with that one greeting that Tal taught him. Spellcasting?
Sure.
Send! It's gonna go bad, I know it. I can feel it in my
No, it's not.
bones.
It's gonna go great.
I did it!
Hey, Felix, give me a vigor save.
Oh.
God damn it.
If only somebody had 3 bennies at
Oh, you're right, I do have 3 pennies. Can I bend in that?
You sure can.
Woo! Better.
Yeah.
Would have been funnier, but...
I agree, it would
With
have been
our-
way funnier.
9 raises.
Oh, 9
Yeah,
raises. We
Up
should
to
probably
9
use
raises
those.
now. X, what are you doing that isn't persuading people?
Okay. So he already got the first group to help him. So, pulling up to the next group, he's gonna follow suit. I just get people to join in, and as he's doing it, he's going to be people that aren't helping, just people that are standing by and stuff. He is going to can I do performance?
What are you
Just-
gonna, you just go play them song while they're watching you? Like, what do you?
Yeah, the people that are gathering around and stuff, trying to see what's going on to keep them distracted from the group so they can do their thing.
Sure.
I roll with what I got.
All right, so you guys managed to knock out the 3 loads on the hour that you needed to. Sophie, what are you doing that's not driving or noticing?
What if I use common knowledge to know what roads are going to be busiest and which ones are going to be easiest to drive the RV down?
Sure.
Ollie's on a roll.
Yeah, and I didn't even have it planned out. I'm making decisions, guys. I can do it.
All right,
One night a year. This is all you get.
Felix, without carrying or speaking the tongue of the aberrant people, what are you doing to assist?
What am I doing to assist? Let's go for... against the wills of his doctor, one of the times he gets behind the wheel of the car and drives.
Sure.
Yes, we like those.
And X.
Pulls up to the next stop, sees the crowd is a little rowdier than usual, so he is going to try to hide himself so his presence doesn't distract everything, and he's going to stealth.
Okay. All right. You guys managed to get another 3 loads in. Sophie.
What if I say I'm gonna do a battle roll to help people with the lifting things up and the putting things down?
With lifting and putting up, you mean like you're gonna assist them with that in that sense? Or are you using battle in the sense of like more you're telling them like where to put things and whatnot?
There we go. Yes.
Revising.
Supervising, yeah.
I am planning.
Delegating.
That'll work.
Planning and delegating. Got it.
That'll work.
Look at that. Decisions are being made, and oh,
Ooh.
yeah.
Felix.
Felix will.
No athletics, no spell casting, no drive.
Yeah, I know. I'm not good at anything else. Other than I'm not fighting anyone, so I can't use fighting.
Like,
I think it's a really bad idea to try to intimidate the people who are donating to us. Taunting seems like a poor choice in moves.
This is your this is
Explanation how to make it work.
Exactly.
I
This
should
is all up
probably
to
not
you.
shoot anyone.
This is all up to you. If you can think of a good way to make one of those work, make it work.
You know what? How's this? When we get there, one of the people ended up having a flat tire, and I have to change their tire. Repair roll.
How does repairing their tire help you guys though?
I don't know. I'm being a good person.
Maybe we got a
Fixing
flat
the
tire.
wheel
Bam.
on a dolly that's being used to haul the stuff from one pile to another.
I don't mind with the you guys got a flat tire and you had to fix it.
The
Sure,
RV got
we got a flat
Don't
tire.
fail this.
We're gonna Benny that.
Yeah, you are.
We're gonna Benny that. There.
Okay.
Yes.
Felix just willed us into fucking this up.
And I'm gonna use a race.
Perfect.
Are you?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
We have 9. Fuck it.
All
Time
right.
for a race.
So X, you guys are making good time, and then you get a blowout driving to one of the location. Felix manages to hop out, change everything pretty quickly. What are you doing to assist when you guys get to the new place?
The last one he didn't help out, and we didn't get as many. So this time he's gonna jump out. Doesn't matter if people are like swarming him or anything, and he's gonna help lift the boxes and stuff. So athletics.
Sure. All right. And whether it be from that or not, you assist with that, and you guys manage to get 6 runs in that hour. You have 24 left.
Jeez, I'm running out of skills.
And you got 3 more hours.
3 more rolls.
Thank you.
Gonna make this work.
All right. So,
And
Sophie.
you're bringing me booze.
Yeah, homemade rhubarb wine that his grandparents made.
I don't know how that's
It's
going to help
so
you
good.
guys.
Oh, sorry. So, I am going to do an electronics roll to find some music to play. Get everybody all hyped up and productive. No, not performance, because I'm not playing the music. I'm just turning it on the radio or something.
Sure.
hears the radio go on. It's not his song. He's like, wow.
and I took offense to that. Felix.
Felix is I don't fucking know, bro.
You can pass if you want.
I'm thinking. Give me a moment. God damn it.
One bit of advice I would give is read the description of your skills, because you may find things that you didn't think about that you could use them for.
You asked the dyslexic to read things, it's only going to take longer.
No, I'm not worried about how long it takes. I'm just trying to help you out here.
Thanks, bro. You're so great.
X.
Okay. Someone brought in what they had. This locked safe that they haven't been able to get into. Like, we haven't been able to open this, but if you can open it up, you can have it for the aberrant. So X is gonna try to lockpick it.
Super far fetched, but okay. I'll let that one roll.
All right.
What was inside?
It was just family pictures. So X wasn't gonna take those. He just handed them back. Kept the safe. Like, we could probably use this. Thank you.
A safe that you don't know the combination to or don't have the key to, that you had to pick to get open.
Yep.
Should be super useful.
I mean, we keep it on the RV. X can use it.
I mean, with a roll like that, maybe he was able to figure out the combination. He didn't have to actually pick it. He just cracked the lock.
He guessed.
Yeah.
I don't think. I know. Like,
No.
I know in D&D you can make like a mold of keys with the thieves' tools. I don't think this has anything similar.
I mean, you could do that. Like, the great thing about Savage World is it keeps everything broad enough that you could just say you want to do something like that, and we could figure out what would work for it.
It's a project for later.
All right, now I know Felix has got this all ready to go in the bag. About to kill it.
Yeah, sure. We're gonna use notice roll to notice if anybody's struggling carrying anything. I don't know.
Sure.
Notice if there's anything additional he can help with.
Notice me, senpai.
Notice me, senpai.
All right. It took a little bit longer to get everything done than you guys would have expected because of, you know, the whole cracking a safe and shit like that. So you guys only managed to get 3 in that run. All right. Sophie. Oh, it's so good when we get to the bottom like this now.
I think after this next one, I'm just rolling on 4s.
Now Sophie's gonna help with the loading and do an athletics roll.
Sure.
And I'm gonna take a raise.
Okay. Felix. Now shake your head no. That's not an option. I mean, it is an option. You can pass if you want to.
Did you do common knowledge?
I have not done common knowledge, but Megan doesn't have enough common knowledge to have a reason to use common knowledge.
Well, I don't know what to tell you then. I figured.
Bruh, I don't know. I was gonna say performance one of the times while we're driving. Felix is just plucking at his bass trying to make a new song or something, because why the hell not?
I mean, you guys have been going like 6 hours straight. Why not?
Why not? Send.
Help break the monotony a little bit.
And I'll use a raise, because I'm afraid.
Okay.
We got this. We're doing great.
Fear.
You guys are down to 7 raises, by the way.
Last run hasn't gone too well. So to get rid of all distractions and everything, X is going to use spellcasting to disguise himself so he can get into the crowd without anyone pestering him and do as much as he can.
Okay. All right.
Looking like Mr. Miller. He said he just blended into a crowd, so let's go with that.
All right. So you guys get 3 that run as well. There are 18 stops left, but you only have an hour, so you won't be able to get all of them. Final hour, just before 7 o'clock hits. Sophie, what are you doing? You can't drive, notice, common knowledge, battle, electronics, or athletics.
I'm going to, with all the loading we've been doing, maybe somebody's got some blisters, and I'll do a healing roll.
Sure.
Blisters, soreness, something.
Wow.
Bullet wound in the gut.
Hey, you know what?
You don't want to double check me?
Yeah, that.
Wow.
You know, healing
2
somewhere.
6s and 2 1s.
All right, Felix.
Yeah, the bullet wound. Gotta assess Felix wounds. Because he's loading heavy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Totally what I thought of first.
I'm gonna use a common knowledge roll to see if like I think a different road would be faster.
We all know how well Felix navigates.
How about you shut the fuck up?
Oh.
Shut up, bitch!
Damn.
Wow! Wow!
Love you.
All right, and finally X.
Alright, this is gonna fail, but see how Felix is trying to find a new route. X is gonna be looking at the map, trying to do the same thing, and then yeah, I'm just gonna use notice.
Okay.
Oh, okay. we got this. Fucking.
All right.
Our problem was we let the ladies drive in the beginning.
All right, so
Why would we do that?
Oh.
I need both Felix and X to give me a D6.
Hey,
Give me another D6, X.
hey.
Give me another D6.
Oh.
All right. So 16 V4. X has determined that his route was the correct route and not Felix's.
That's fine.
That concussion's getting to you. But it was a left here, not a right.
You guys managed to knock out another 3, so out of the 42 possible ones, you only left 15 in the wind. Not too bad. 27 of them you picked up. On the other side of town, what's Tal doing today?
He's waiting till showtime, so he might go out and do a little sightseeing. Just killing time. Yeah, eat the rest of his pizza.
Pocket pizza.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I did. The ad said what time to meet?
8 p.m.
3 p.m. Yeah, he's gonna wait and then start heading there about 7. So he's there a little bit early, and then just kind of scope the place out.
Okay. All right, so you guys get all of the last shipment in there. As you're unloading it, you notice it's like 7:05.
We gotta go.
Yep. As we're loading everything up, rushing back in. Fucking slash Felix on the ass. Get back in there. We gotta go.
Oh! Makes his way in.
That was me. That wasn't Sophie. You're too excited.
Of course, that's the problem.
I will be in my room.
Well, I've given you something to think about. It's just...
You know, wash my hand, apparently.
Who's gonna be doing the driving?
I guess I will.
All right. You riding shotgun, Felix?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and give me a support roll, Felix, and Sophie, you can give me a drive roll afterwards. With a +1. All right. So you guys make it there just after 7:30, 7:35-ish is when you arrive. And as you pull up to this warehouse that you guys were at, yesterday, you notice that there are cars that are already in the parking lot, and the two big garage bays that were closed and padlocked before are opened up. And you can see inside that they have a bunch of lights on, studio grade lights. And you can see that there's a line of people at the door.
I'm more focused on looking for Tal than anything else, so... Yeah.
Actually gonna climb up on the roof of the RV as they're parked and just sit up there and watch the building.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a notice roll. What's Sophie doing?
Looking for Tal also. Trying to see if she can see him in the crowd or in the line or something.
Are you doing that from the inside of the RV? Or are you out in the fray, or what are you doing?
Staying near the RV. Probably not climbing on top of it because if Sophie decides to be accident prone and fall off the RV, that just sounds like a bad time.
Sounds
And
So-
because you're weak.
Oh.
Wow!
Shit. Oh,
What?
shit.
Wow.
Up on top.
I mean, if X is gonna be talking shit about Sophie being weak, she's gonna climb up there and
You
shove.
can't reach. You can't reach.
You know what? It's fine. Sophie doesn't need the extra height for the vantage point to find Cal.
I like that attitude. Give me a notice roll with a -2.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Still-
So, Tal, as you arrive, just walking down that industrial drive again, it's a completely different scene from what it was yesterday. You could see all these cars parked out, and you could see a long line of people that are at the front of the building, going into the building. Give me a notice roll.
Yeah.
Any or no? I don't know.
All right. So that's what you see. You see this long line of people that are all waiting to get inside there.
He is going to pop his hood up
Fine, yeah, thank you for the raid.
and kind of put his hands in his pockets, and starts his cool guy walk.
Okay.
Hmm.
Are you trying to blend in with the crowd or anything, or are you just
Yeah.
cool?
Yeah, he's being cool and blending in.
All right. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
Yeah, he's nailing it.
All right.
Everybody else is dressed for the weather, and he's wearing a hoodie. Well, I guess it's December, but still.
So as you and Sophie are just kind of talking shit to one another back and forth, coming into the driveway, you see Tal with like his hands in his pocket and he's walking like he's cool, just standing out like a sore thumb. Because you're up top, you would see it before Sophie would.
He like just holds a hand down his stuff. He's like, hold on. Before you go running out there, you're gonna see this right now. Just let it happen for a few seconds. And X is gonna be looking over there. Sophie like follows his eyes.
I love him so much.
And what's Tal do?
He said there's a line foreman.
Yep.
He's just gonna make his way over to that line or whatever.
Cool Tal means cool John, apparently.
Exactly.
Whatever.
So as you get in the line, you can see like the line is there's probably a good 20 or so people ahead of you, and it goes into the building. And you can see at the front of the line, there's a guy standing there with a clipboard, and they're talking to people, and they're letting them in one at a time. And the line's moving kind of slow. You get the idea that they're doing some sort of like an interview process or something at the door, because you see a few people get turned away.
All right. He's gonna try and get the attention of somebody who's getting turned away as they're walking past.
Okay.
It's like, hey, you.
Give me a roll on the reaction table.
Oh shit! There's a thing
Table
for that.
reactions.
Yeah. Oh wait, I made a button that stayed even after the update.
Huh.
Goddamn thing. Well, I guess I can't hide it from you. You'll have to see.
What does that even mean?
This guy they crushed his dreams of being a hero right then and there.
The guy's like, yeah, what's up, man?
So, what's going on up there? Why didn't they let you in?
Because I don't know how to use essence. Apparently they can't like teach you how to use it if you don't have it.
Ah, so you were here to try and get powers, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a firefighter, and we just had a bad fire explosion at a casino that happened not too long ago, and we lost a few of our people in that, and I just couldn't stop thinking about if I had powers like that I could do so much more.
Oh, hey, I have a friend that I think should be a firefighter. He thinks that firefighters are cool and stuff. But he was wondering, and I'm asking for him because he was curious. Are the suits that you guys wear fireproof? So I can go back and tell my friend.
Well, I mean, they're fire retardant. They protect from it, but they're not fireproof per se. We don't really have anything practical that would be fireproof.
So, if one of your firefighters did have powers of essence and they themselves became fire, would wearing something like that help them out?
Well, yeah, definitely.
Knew it. Yeah, yeah. Um. All right. Yeah. Thank you. You're cool too.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Tell your friend to swing by Station 44 and put in an application if he's looking to become a firefighter.
I'll do that.
So, you wouldn't happen to know a way of, like, teaching people how to get powers, would you? You seem like a cool guy.
Man, I don't like to brag, but yeah, but it's one of those things though. Like either you're like cool enough to get powers, or you're not, and it's not like you can't teach cool. It just happens. So yeah.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Got this.
Yeah, fucking. Yeah, I thought so. Well, I mean, good luck with everything.
Same to you, man. Stay cool.
He kind of drops his head and walks away.
And keeps peering up to see, who else is in line and what's going on.
At Sophie, you guys see some guy walk up and start talking to Tal, and Tal. And at the end of the conversation, you see the guy hang his head and walk away.
Oh God, I'm rubbing off on him. Well, go on. You're muted.
Don't tell me what to do. As she's walking off towards Tal. I was gonna. Didn't need you to tell me.
X like slaps the roof of the RV a few times. We found I don't know if Felix is in or out or how
He
he's
would've
doing.
been out. He probably would have honestly been like in the line on it.
Ooh, I can learn how to control.
Nah, it was more of trying to figure things out and hoping maybe what if Tal's already inside, maybe I should get in line to get in, because if Tal's already in, I need to be in.
Okay. Okay. Give me a notice roll with a -2. Okay, so before all this happened, you get in line and you're standing there, and you're seeing that there's people in front of you, and you can see that they're letting some people in, they're turning some people away, but you can also see that there are already people like on the other side of those makeshift walls that they had. There's a small like congregation of people that are there talking, and one of them kind of has the build of Tal. You can't really tell if it's him or not. But
It's this
he kinda
concussion,
looks
man.
like
I
him.
can't focus. Might be.
So yeah, so you stand in line and yeah. Sophie, give me a notice again, please. All right, so as you're walking up, you see Felix standing there looking rather oblivious, kind of like looking off into the back of the warehouse. And then you see Tal, who's kind of just too cool to even notice anybody standing near him. What do you do?
Sophie will let Felix know that she found Tal, and then make our way towards him, towards Tal.
Tal, you see someone walking out of there. Probably another person that got turned away. Looks a lot like Sophie, though.
He like squints, and then his eyes get like really big. And he's like,
He's so cute. I love him so much.
We need more Tal. This, like, 3 hours without Tal is not okay.
Fucking more than that, because he wasn't there all last session with us.
I know. It's bullshit. Anyways.
Making our way to Tal.
Yeah.
Sophie, Mr. Felix, what are you doing here?
What do you think we're doing here? We're looking for you?
Sophie's gonna hug him.
Oh, hi. I wasn't done. I was gonna finish here and then meet you guys back at the construction place.
You didn't take your phone. We had no way of knowing how we would find you other than that you were gonna be here.
I know.
There was a lot of things that ended up happening while you were gone.
Well,
Yeah. Glad you're back. Or that we found you, rather.
Well, you guys have gotten in like a lot of trouble since you met me, and when I mentioned that like life here is super exciting, you said this doesn't happen normally and didn't appear to happen before you met me. So I figured like if I step away, maybe handle my own stuff without involving you, then maybe it would calm down for you and return to some normalcy while I deal with my own issue. Because this is something that is an Aberth problem. It's not really a you problem. And
Hey,
An
line's
essence
moving.
problem.
Walk forward.
We move forward. So, for one, if it's a you problem, it's an us problem. Because as you said in the letter, we're kind of family now. Gotta make sure you're safe. Also, he lifts his shirt to like so the stitches are visible, and he's like, "You are not the missing item for what causes the danger around us. That's just something that's happening now, apparently."
Mr. Phoenix, did you get shot again?
Yep, and I'm pretty sure that was my
here,
fault.
He lifts the side what to the side here, the shoulder.
Oof.
You got a concussion.
We really gotta teach you how to dodge better or something. And a concussion? They hit you in the head?
No, I tried to grab him and wrestle him to the ground, but instead just dove headfirst into a wall.
Oh. I'm sure it looked cool.
He just kind of looked at Sophie and goes, "It didn't, did it?"
I was focused on other things.
Like throwing my gun!
I'm sorry.
You threw a
It
gun?
was all I could think. I know it was
Instead of using
it was out of bullets. That was a good idea. If
it
was
wasn't out of bullets.
Oh.
And the person she threw it at took it, and now I don't have a gun.
I'm sorry. I will get you a new gun. Hey.
Was this
He
Rush
literally
Calls, people?
He just puts his hand on the side of Sophie's face, and he's like, "I'm messing with you. I don't care.
Yeah, but I care because I fucked up.
Stop caring." He turns to
Stop
Tal.
throwing the bullets.
No, it's not Rushkov's people. Apparently Tiff owes somebody money in, considering she's been gone for a few weeks, hasn't been able to pay them back, and yeah. They came for her.
So they came after you because you were roommates with Miss Tiff?
She owed them money, so since we were roommates, therefore I owed them money, and I had the dumb idea while they pointed a gun at my mom to ask how they figured that out. And then, you know, I changed my mind when I realized they were pointing a gun at my mom, and I was like, you know what, fuck it. Sure. Take my cards.
How do they know your mom?
She was there. My dad. It's just a lot has happened. Please don't leave us again. We've missed you, and we were worried.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry you, and I didn't expect all of this. I just, you all like were not getting along and everything, and kept fighting. I kept wanting family, but no one likes each other, so I didn't want to try and force it.
I mean,
I
that's
don't think-
human family. Half the time we don't like each other, but we love each other anyways.
Fucking sit over there. Nah. I mean, not all families blood, and sometimes family fights, man.
I mean, I wouldn't know. I just pictured it differently, and
It's not a fairy tale. People fight. You don't always get along with somebody, especially when you live with them. But you do your best, and you talk things through, and you work through it, and
why don't any of you talk it out then? Like, we have to.
We did a little bit. I did tell X that I was kind of being dumb and not thinking about the things that I was saying.
and I
I
talked
didn't
to
wait
Sophie.
3 days.
It,
I just
but there's still one more day before you were going to talk to him.
I know. I only said 3 days because I couldn't do it then, and if I figured if I just told you a certain amount of time, then you might give me like a little bit of time, and then I could get my shit together, and I could be able to talk to him, and he might listen. And I just, well, since we ended up stuck in an elevator going up to Rushkov's,
You went to Rushkoff's?
We probably shouldn't talk about this while we are in line.
we went to the casino and we were in the elevator together, so we talked. Little. But yeah.
So,
We'll talk about it
little-
more later.
Yeah. It'll be alright. Apparently I have this issue today where I cannot shut my mouth and I just overshare and say all the things. So I don't know what's wrong with me today. I'm sorry.
Didn't you get mad at Mr. X for oversharing?
Ooh. Doesn't that make you a hypocrite, Sophie? I can't help it.
Who's first in line right now?
Assuming we're probably just like 3 across or something, just a blob.
Yeah.
Oh, one of you is getting tapped on the shoulder.
I will say it's me. Sure. Yeah?
Step this way for the interview.
Okay.
Well, they pull her to the side.
We're all together. Can we all go in and interview?
One at a time, please.
Is it just this guy by himself?
I mean, it's just this guy you're talking to, yes.
Huh. Okay.
Can I change my mind and say it wasn't me so I can go pee?
No.
I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm going to try something on this gentleman, so you can go pee.
No potty breaks.
And so what exactly goes on in here? Like, what are you holding classes here, or how does this work?
He's like walking back to Sophie and he stops. He's like, it's more like a seminar. If you're chosen, then you'll find out more later.
a seminar, but aren't you letting in like one at a time?
We're just trying to filter out candidates now. We don't have room for everybody here. And once we pick our candidates, then everybody that gets picked, and he like kind of points off the back, and you can see there are other people like in the back of the warehouse. Then we have the seminar with everybody. So just wait your turn. I'm gonna do this interview, and if you get selected, you can come back too.
And like as he's like about to turn, he's going to put a hand on his shoulder and cast something. See if, as long as I don't budget. Okay, we're gonna biddy that.
Better.
That's a little bit.
Have we determined what your trappings are for Puppet?
I just figure like the energy just goes through his hand, and then like whoever he is targeting, like their eyes flash the same color as his. That's pretty much it.
All right.
I'll use a raise on that too.
4 across the board. That's funny. Okay. All right. Yeah. So as he's turning to walk away, you touch him, and you see his eyes glow that deep purple.
I think you should really tell me a lot more of what's going on here.
We are holding a seminar. We're trying to determine who's naturally gifted and who's not. And we use the ones who are gifted to learn more about the aberrant power and how the essence works.
So you're not here to collect people to teach them how. You're trying to learn more information about how it works.
Yes.
And who hired you to do this?
Dennis. And he kind of just gestures vaguely off into the back.
And what is Dennis planning on doing with those that are gifted?
He usually just takes them with him after the seminars are over.
How does he have buses for all of these people?
No, it's usually not that many that get took with them, so it's only like 4 or 5 people.
Has Dennis already chosen some people already?
No, we haven't started yet.
Oh. So when does the choosing happen?
After we do the interviews and are you spending points to extend this?
Yes.
Okay, because it only lasts 30 seconds, so...
Okay, so I guess like just after we get done with the conversation, just let me know how many to spend.
Sure. It's like, yeah, we haven't started yet. So he needs to figure out who's going to be the one that he chooses.
Do you know where ultimately Dennis takes these people?
No. Never really asked.
Okay. Mr. Felix, anything else I should Ask him. I'm new at the whole interrogating thing.
How do they select the individuals that move forward? And what happens to the ones that are not selected to be brought with Dennis?
We filter them out based on these interview process to make sure that they aren't aberrant and that they actually have powers. How he filters out the last few, that's something that just he does.
Does this process hurt anybody?
I've never seen it hurt anybody.
Do you have any further questions, Sal, or are we done here?
Sounds like I need to speak with this dentist person.
Yes, but they're not letting Aberrant through, so you're gonna have to probably mind link with either Sophie or I or both. So when we get selected and move through, you can ask a question through us.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking.
Look at me having a good idea. Never happens.
Well, when it's time for you to be a hero, you do hero things. Okay. Let's see here. Now, Cliff, he is going to know that he was being controlled, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay, so Tal is going to make this gesture with his hand, and we are going to try to mind wipe this guy.
Spend 3 additional points for the minute and a half additional time with Puppet.
Done. And then mind wipe is another 3.
And
Let's see. Let's burn another raise, and then I will replace those memories with, tell them this conversation didn't happen. Nothing out of the ordinary. You told this young lady it was time to go in, and she complied, and that was all.
So for mental wipe, he gets to oppose it for 1.
Okay.
And fail. It says the power, the victim, it requires a full minute of mental struggle. So if you plan on keeping him there, you're going to have to keep him puppeted for another minute. So you're going to have to burn another 2 points.
Okay.
And assuming all that is straight, then yeah, you could do that.
No, I didn't need to use a raise. Take that back. I just needed to burn an additional point. Okay. For edit, the modifier. Okay. So yeah, you'll do that and then start a mind link with the 2 of them.
And when you do your mind wipe, what does that look like?
He makes his gesture and then he puts his hand back on the guy's shoulder again, and he's just kind of making this uncomfortable eye contact, and neither one of them are blinking.
Okay.
And aside from that, it's not very flashy or showy or anything like that.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll really quick.
Oh, stealth? That ain't me.
Where is it?
Maybe a little.
All right.
while this is going on, you got a few people that are kind of like growing rowdy in the back because you're just sitting there talking to this dude for like 3 minutes straight. But after it's all said and done, he kind of like, his face goes from that blank look where he was just staring at you, and he just gets this smile, and he looks at Sophie, and he's like, congratulations, we think you'd be a perfect candidate. Come on back here.
And you hear in your head, it's okay, Miss Sophie, we're here. And Felix hears this too.
The guy looks at you, Tal, and he's like, all right, sir, step this way for the questionnaire.
He goes with him.
He's like, are you Aberrant, or have you been in any direct contact with Aberrant?
Yes.
Sorry, unfortunately, due to some of the recent bylaws that the city of Vegas have passed, we cannot conduct this with you. So unfortunately, we're going to have to deny your candidacy. So just follow the outside line here, back out, and exit through the front that you came in from. Thanks for showing some interest in this.
I meant no.
Have a good day, sir.
Oh, okay. Gets up and walks out.
He waves at Felix. He's like,
Yeah.
sir, it's time for your questionnaire.
Felix is just gonna, like, on his in his head to Tal, just let him know that X and Echo are in the RV and where it's parked.
Hey, if they ask you if you're Aberrant or had any contact with Aberrant, say no.
You got it, guy. You got it, my guy.
Walks up as he's following with the guy.
Yeah, so first thing he asks, are you Aberrant, or have you been in contact with any Aberrant recently?
No.
Good job, Mr. Felix.
Do you identify as what the news and everything have been calling the Kurish?
Yes.
If you could briefly describe what your tangent of the essence would be, what your powers are, what it looks like. If you could give me just a quick description, what would it be?
Heat, fire, strength.
Okay. Well, we think that you'd be an excellent candidate for this program, and if you wouldn't mind, just step back here with everybody else. There's some food and whatnot set over there, and everything should be starting soon.
Thank you very much.
Then he starts pulling more people back. What, Tal, when you get back to the RV, well, for one, when you're walking up to the RV, X, are you still sitting on the roof?
Oh yeah.
So you would see Tal walking towards you.
I mean,
Wrong chat box.
tells it to say no.
Wow.
As soon as I pressed enter, I was like, wait.
Right.
Like,
As Tal gets close to RV, he like pulls back his hood a little bit. He's like, Mr. X, it's me.
oh. I actually like jump down on the other side and to hold the door open for Tal.
Did you get shot too? Mr. Felix got shot like twice. And a concussion.
It happens with him.
How's Miss Echo? Is she still here?
Yeah, and as they walk in, he like points around the corner as they're walking up to the steps.
Hi, Miss Echo.
She runs up and gives you a hug, and then she
Oh.
whispers in your ear, I saved you something. And in your hand, you feel her slip you some pieces of bacon.
It's like, I saved you something too. And then like he pulls out his pocket and slips her a piece of pizza.
That went. I know it.
She was like, "Is this dumpster pizza?"
Yeah, it is. I got to eat because I listened to you.
Thank
You're smart.
you so much. I'll put that in the with the. She walks away.
Yeah, good idea.
I swear to God.
Next, we'll sit over next to one of the windows that looks over the line in the warehouse. They didn't let you in?
No, they're not letting like anybody who's aberrant or been in close contact with them or whatever. It's stupid.
But they let Felix and Sophie in.
Yeah, because they're currish. They didn't. There's a human guy. He was a firefighter. He didn't let him in either because he came here to learn how to do powers, and they're not teaching that. But we found out that there's a guy that's trying to collect them to study them. He usually chooses about 5 people from their seminar. So we're waiting to see what happens, I guess.
You don't think this is how they pick and choose people to go be experimented on, do they?
Probably.
Okay. He just like leans on the window and watches.
Just hoping that at least one of them gets chosen, so that way we can follow and see what's going. Oh, I should probably add you into our. Yeah, hold on.
Got the call
Group
going.
Chat.
Yeah. Would that be a separate role, Cliff?
Nah, just spend the extra point.
All right.
Spend the extra point for adding additional recipients.
Yep.
What's your
there you
mind's user ID again?
Yeah.
Saying we're on different nat types, what does that mean?
Right.
So meanwhile, back in the warehouse, everything is, you guys are just kind of there with a bunch of other people. They got like a table set up with just like finger foods on it and some closed bottles of water and like 2 or 3 cans of soda that are left. What are you guys doing while like they're still bringing people in?
People watching.
Talking on mute.
Talking on mute. Looking around
Okay,
trying
I'm
to
trying.
see who looks like they're in charge. And just who's running this thing, who's in charge, listening out for anyone saying the name Dennis.
Okay, give me a notice roll.
Good boy, Felix.
So you're seeing a lot of like stagehands and things that are there. No one really seems to be in control. And everybody you can see is they're just like lackeys. And after about 10 or so minutes of you guys being back there, they're finishing clearing up the line. And they're getting the last of the people interviewed, and a few more come back, but a lot of them get turned away. And at the end of the process, you hear this loud clatter as they shut the big warehouse doors in the front. And you hear someone yell out, all right, everybody, we're about to get this thing started here in about 3 minutes. If you can make your way over here, right in this area in front of these cameras. Dennis will be out here shortly, and he'll be going through everything. And like, there's like some of the people are like, woo, but most of the time it's just kind of like a murmur, like there's not really much going on. And are you two staying near each other, or are you guys trying to act like you don't know each other? What's your conspicuousness here?
not wanting to get separated in any way, shape, and form to like just keeping together. Other than the fact that I have the mind link, he wants to have eyes on her so he can protect her if necessary. So if she lets him, he'd be holding her hand.
He would let him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. She would hold Felix's hand. Stop it.
All right. So after everybody gets lined up, this kind of squirrely looking guy walks up and he's like, "All right. So this is going to be a taped performance, kind of like a sitcom. So if you guys see up top there, those lights, that'll tell you when to applaud and when to cheer. So when the lights come on, we need you guys to all clap and be enthusiastic. We're gonna go ahead and give this a try right now. And you see the light up and it says applaud.
Whistling and clapping. Confused though.
It's like, all right. He points at you, Sophie, and he's like, "We're gonna need a little bit more energy out of you, though. We need you to really kind of sell the energy that we're trying to portray here. So, we're gonna do one more run through here, guys. We need all the energy you can muster up. All right." And the applause sign comes back on.
Woo!
What?
So you see him point to two people, and then he points to Sophie, and you see these two big guys walk up, and they're like, "All right, we're gonna need you guys to leave the stage here. Thank you for your interest." And they start ushering you out.
Miss Sophie, convince him that you need to stay.
You can't hear any of this. What are you talking about? Unless she says
Oh,
something
yes.
to you.
That's true. Never mind.
Felix would probably shoot something through his head to Sophie, and obviously subsequently everyone else. Just like, "Do you know where they're taking you? Do you want me to come with you? I can leave right now."
It's just stay there. What the fuck? Just
Apparently,
stay
you
there.
don't seem interested enough.
Interested in what? Like,
I can see
no,
that.
I'm not.
Enthusiasm.
It's fine.
They want
No, this is better. Felix, see this out.
You stay.
Sophie,
Alright.
get back.
It's fine. If I
Alright.
need you, I know how to get you.
Yep, me, my concussion, my bullet wound. Here we go.
You got this.
All right,
Don't
walks
punch
over
anyone.
to a side door, and there's a big pull latch on it. He unlocks the door and opens it up, and you can see the side of the building. He's kicking you out.
Cool. Guess I'm going out of the building.
You hear the door shut behind you. You hear it latch. Meanwhile, back inside, it's like, all right, now that we got rid of everybody here that's gonna bring down the feel of everything. Everybody get ready. We're about to start this right here. Sound check, are we good? We're good. All right. Lights, are we good? You guys see these additional lights turn on that are just fucking blinding. And he's like, all right, roll the cameras. And then you hear this music just start playing. It's like doom, 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 doom. And you see this guy walk out, and he just looks like this, like early 40s. He looks like a talk show host straight out of the 1950s. He's got like the funny tailored brown suit on. He's got the shoes, and he's got the slicked hair. And he's like,
Hey everybody! Thank you for coming down to this here. We have a great show here tonight. So many great candidates. We are going to teach you so much about how to harness the essence.
and he starts walking up, and he's like shaking everybody's hand individually.
Felix is trying to commit this man's face to memory and shooting exactly his description over to everyone else of what he looks like
what he sounds like, trying to like emulate it in his head if he can.
Stop.
All
Giving
right,
me a headache.
give me a notice roll.
You can't send images through Mind Link. It's just words, right?
Yeah.
It's just words.
Yeah, it's like you're just describing a guy. Stop.
All right.
Let's get here.
So he is rambling off every detail just as fast as he could think of them, and it's just coming out as this jarble of different descriptions that are coming through, as he's trying to describe what this guy looks like.
Yeah. Joe Normal over here. He's a guy that does guy and looks like guy. I get it. Stop.
All right,
Sorry, I
everybody.
figured you'd want to know what he looked like.
My name is Dennis Chipperwink,
Dennis Chipperwink.
and I have learned how to master the essence. And as he says that, the lights turn red, and there's like this dramatic beat. Doom, doom, doom.
So
No.
extra.
Now, what we're gonna need to do is get everybody grouped together by their classifications. So, if you do heat-based, we need you to stand on this side right here. If you have any sort of telepathy-based powers, we need you right here. And if you have anything that alters your physical strength, more than just able to lift things, but to almost a superhuman type levels, we need you on that side over there. Yes?
What if you fit 2 categories?
Which one is most dominant?
Fire.
Alright, so you go stand over by where the fire people are. And there's a, it's split pretty evenly. Looks like there's more people on the fire side than anywhere else. But it's a pretty even split. Maybe like a 30-40 split. And he just starts going through these things, and he's like, so all of you have been encountered. You have, by a rare miracle, a rare chance, that you have happened upon these powers. And that makes you better than everyone else. There's no need to be modest about it. You are the superiors. Dare I even say, far superior than the aberrant. They may have better control over their powers, but you have a better understanding of this world. And that gives you the upper hand. And a few people like cheer when he does that. And he's like, yeah! Don't be afraid to admit it.
What's going on in there, Mr. Felix?
Felix is like laughing in his head as he's trying to like.
This guy is trying to say that Kurish are better than Aberrant.
Oh, that's not true. I mean, like, no, Couriers are cool, and I like you all. Anyways, what is he getting at?
That we understand this world, although we do not have our control yet.
Okay, you cannot let him not notice you. You want him to pick you and everything. So,
Oh, I know.
You got any plans?
Well, obviously set off my essence. Do whatever I can to stand out that aspect. I've already kind of singled myself out, because when he was telling us to group up, I asked what to do if you fit in 2 groups, so I already kind of standing out.
Perfect. You're doing a great job. You got this.
Why are you laughing?
So he's still going on and on about this stuff. He's like, all right. Enough words. I'm sure you all want to see demonstrations.
first, and you see him put his hands together, and you see this glow of bright orange energy, and his eyes begin to glow, and he gets this big creepy smile on his face, and he raises his arms up, and when he does, you see this burst of energy shoot out, and as it does, Felix, you notice that you are glowing bright orange, and give me a notice roll. And you notice that there are 4 other people in the different groups that are also glowing bright orange. And he goes, "We have our first volunteers. The 5 of you, can you please step forward?"
Steps forward with a big ass smile on his face, like he's super excited about this.
Now, the 5 of you have chosen, for whatever reason, to use your powers here in this building with us right now. Go ahead and let us know. What power are you using, and why did you decide this would be a good time to do it? And he points over, starting with the left. And the first guy says that he is using an illusion to change the way he looks because he didn't want people to see what he really looked like. The second guy said that he was using a spell to make himself look bigger than he really is. And it keeps going down the list, and then finally he points at you, Felix, and he's like,
"Well, suppose I'll light on up for you."
"No, you're already using a power. Why are you using it?"
Oh. I guess I got a little excited, and it's hard not to feel the heat.
He kind of looks at you. He's like, kind of walks closer. "I don't feel heat, so what power are you using?"
Yeah, he do. It just blasts out of him as he says that. He just activates it.
And as he does, as you do that and he steps closer, you hear him kind of like, "Ah!" So now you're using 2 powers. So what was the first one? And around this time, you're seeing some of the bigger people, like the ones that escorted Sophie out, lining up like on the sides of...
I'm just confused if this is my essence or his.
Last time I checked, you're the one using your essence.
Yes,
This is an illusion on myself, cast by you.
Oh, this is me detecting the usage of essence.
Oh,
And it's
that makes
never
more
wrong.
sense.
So it says that you were just radiating out essence just then, which means that you're using an active power. 2 now. So what was the first one?
May or may not have been attempting to read a pretty girl's mind.
Everybody starts laughing. Don't be shy, don't be shy. The advantages that the essence gives you allow you to do these things. Which one of these lovely candidates here were you trying to read the mind of?
She actually was escorted out. It doesn't matter, does it?
Matters to me. So you were still trying to connect with her after she was out of the building?
I think it was just residual that you were getting, because...
He gets close. I don't think so. It's no matter. Maybe you didn't even realize that you were using your powers.
After all, the control is something we're here for, isn't it?
Indeed. Give me a smarts roll, Felix.
When does that happen?
Give me a d6. He says that and he smiles and he turns away. And then he snaps his head around and he looks at you. Give me a notice roll real quick. You see this look on his face that is completely devoid of the show that he's putting on here. And you see just this evil, malicious look on his face. Moments before he says, "Now tell me why you're really using your powers." And he casts Puppet on you. What essence were you using just then?
Blind Link.
And who are you speaking with?
The girl. And another friend.
And what are you speaking about?
They want to know what's happening. I'm basically just relaying the show.
Sever the link.
Is that something that Felix can do?
Yep. Yeah, it's willing participants, so. So you would feel yourself lose contact with Felix, Tal. And his eyes return back to normal from that golden glow that they had, that bright orange glow, and he looks at you and he smiles. He goes, "No, is that so hard? This one right here shows promise. A little bit withholding with information, but promise indeed." All right, back in line with everybody else. The show must go on.
Felix is grumpy as soon as the puppet goes away and he realizes what happened.
Can Tal react yet or no?
Oh, you can react whenever you want to, yeah.
We lost him.
Yeah, I didn't do that. So, Mr. Felix might be unconscious. I don't know. I'm not sure how this works. So the only thing I can figure is he's either not conscious or worse.
If they're trying to get people to experiment on, they're gonna aberrant people that, or not aberrant, cursed people that can use essence. They have to have a way to suppress them. Maybe they have the collars.
If they have the collars, that's a bigger problem. We need to get in there to see what's going on then.
So, sidebar. The reason that I wanted Felix to give a notice roll before that was, as he can communicate at the speed of thought, he would have been able to communicate. I feel like he's been like just narrating this whole fucking thing that's just been going on.
Yes.
So he would have been able to communicate that he turned and looked at him the way that he did, and then the mind link severs.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So
So
wait, we set him in there to get information, and if we start hearing fire and blasts go off, we know Felix is doing something.
we don't know how this works. If they caught him off guard or anything like that. I mean, if you don't want to go in quietly, then I'm gonna go in loudly. But I need to make sure he's okay.
He was talking about how this guy can detect people using the essence. So if we go over there with any form of it, they'll be able to spot us coming. So X gets up. Just follow my lead, I guess. We do this my way.
You want us all to go in, or are you going in just stealthily?
Come.
Okay. Should we get Miss Echo too, since she knows how to do stuff?
I like the idea of one person staying back in. Being able to let other people know what goes on if we don't show up.
Okay. Miss Sophie, what do you want to do?
I want to make sure that Felix is okay. I don't like that he just severed the connection. That he's just not there anymore.
I don't know if he can or not. I don't know. We've never tested that.
I don't know if he did it or what happened, but he's not there, and that worries me.
Okay. Are you coming or staying?
I'll go.
Okay, guess we're going.
All right. What's your guys' plan?
Tal dropped the spell so they don't see us coming, I guess. And X is gonna go look for some place he can maybe climb up, and it's an abandoned warehouse. I'm assuming they have like windows around the top that we may be able to peek in if we get up high enough.
Sure.
So X is gonna try to find like the abandoned warehouse before that he tried spray painting had that outside ladder, the railing. He's gonna try to find something like that here.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a notice roll. It's going to take you about 10 or so minutes to find anything that you're looking for, or half that time if you can get it with a raise. Okay.
Is that enough?
That's good enough for sure. All right.
Perfect.
So, meanwhile, back in the warehouse, Felix, he tells everybody to rejoin the crowd. And he says, "What most people don't know is that the essence is so powerful that merely hearing the utterance of a word in the tongue of the aberrant people is enough to set off a chain reaction and make you boom with the power that you were gifted. And tonight we will see that boon." And he begins speaking in a tongue that sounds very familiar to you, Felix. Go ahead and give me a vigor roll, please.
I wanted to fail.
One man walks out as 50 people were murdered.
Oh God, no.
So, Felix, you see a lot of the people like begin reacting as they are hearing it. A lot of them just, you can kind of tell that they're feeling like what you're feeling right now, where they're getting that kind of chill, that feeling of the words, but not actually the reaction to it. But some of them you're actually seeing reacting to it. One of the people that was on the strong side, you start hearing like this crackling noise, this wet crackling, and you are seeing their muscles begin bulging, stretching their skin, stretching their physical form, and you're actually seeing them enlarge and stretch from the essence just controlling their muscles. And you're hearing them scream out in pain as they start to break and tear through skin as their physical form simply cannot contain the increased size of muscles that they are gaining in this instance. One of the people not too far from you erupt in flames to the point of they are on fire, not controlling it, but they are burning, and you're hearing them screaming in pain. And you start seeing the staff that were waiting on the side running in, and some of them are throwing blankets and using fire extinguishers and putting people on gurneys and whatnot.
That man was a full-on liar while puppeted that he didn't think people got hurt.
So as they start luring them all away, they wheel them off towards the back area, and Dennis is like, "See this? This is a great first step. All of these people are now stronger than they were before. They are one step closer to uniting with their essence. The small pain that they may have experienced today is nothing compared to the power they will harness from this experience. The rest of you, though, are more cunning, stronger-willed. You have a stronger constitution than the rest. And this puts you above those. The power that they hope to gain is the power that you already have hiding inside of you. Now, I understand that these events were jarring, but I assure you, everything is going to make them stronger. If you wish to continue with these endeavors, we're going to take the next step. But if you do not, I understand. Seeing what you've seen here, if you do not wish to go through what you may have to endure to gain these powers, then you are free to leave. Everybody, if you wish to stay, please stand in the taped rectangle on the floor. Everybody else, head to this side of the warehouse and they will let you out.
Moving to the taped rectangle. There's a whole lot of Felix biting his tongue and trying his best not to run off and help folk. This is hard for him. He's letting people get hurt.
Almost everybody else you see is leaving.
There are out of the 40 or so people that were left, there's maybe 10 that have walked into the square with you. The rest of them have decided that they did not want to continue.
Am I able to notice which sections they came from? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, so a good deal of them came from the psychic area. A couple of them came from the fire area, and only one of them came from the physical strength area. Seeing the guy ripping through his skin and the guy burning alive seemed to turn a lot of them off. There weren't that many adverse reactions from the psychic area, and apparently some of the people that do's the fire, they don't mind what happened there.
Must be for those like Felix who don't get the pain from the fire.
There you go. So as you move into the circle, X, you are searching around for a way to get in. You find one of those ladders, like you said, and you climb up to it. And you're in an area where there's these larger pane windows that are just on like the top, like the second story up, and it just kind of overlooks it. And the windows themselves are they're like stained from age, in bad shape. You can see some of them are broken out. And as you like walk up, you start seeing some people being ushered out, and you're seeing a small group of them standing in this taped rectangle that's on the floor. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll, please. Or I'm sorry, not athletics, but agility. All right. So what is everybody else doing as X is climbing up on this ladder and everything?
Hal is just staying close to Sophie, and he's like, "Don't worry, Miss Sophie. I'm sure Mr. Felix is okay. We went through all that training, remember? Like, to use our powers and everything. So, I mean, like, I don't know what happened when you guys had to fight like Miss Tiff's thugs or anything, but they must have been really powerful to overcome you guys and your new trained skills. So, but whatever this is so much better."
And your conversation is cut short by the sound of breaking glass as you see X falls through the glass. X, I will give you the courtesy, given your high agility roll, to make a notice roll. Nine. What's your toughness?
Ever since it got shut down another one, it's down 4.
What do you mean shut down another one?
My vigor got lowered permanently, so instead of 4.
So a 9 would put you 5 over. So you take a wound from the fall. As you hit the ground, as you're falling, you are seeing these people being moved into this square. You hear a creaking noise from where you're standing, as the catwalk that you're on kind of dips a bit, and it pushes you forward against the glass, which gives way, and you tumble 2 stories down to the ground below. And Felix, you hear like this shattering noise and look up to see X come tumbling through the window. Just as you see Dennis's eyes glowing orange, as he makes a rainbow motion with his hands, and the two kind of faux walls that were set up, you hear a clatter as they wrap around the group of you, and you are in complete darkness for a moment. And that's where we're gonna end it at for the night.
Can I soak this shit?
Yeah, you got a Benny, sure. There you go. So yeah, X, you hit the ground, glass spills down on top of you as you see this box being built. And that's it. So, hey, thanks everybody for hanging out tonight. It's good to be back in Vegas. I need to set up some hotkeys so I can do this. But Allie, what do you think about tonight?
I'm so stressed.
Perfect. John.
It's great.
Perfect.
Also, there was not enough towels tonight.
Sorry.
Glad we found Tal, though. Makes me happy. What the fuck?
You knew it was happening, didn't you?
Megan, how do you feel about tonight?
You know, tonight was high stress, and I don't like Dennis. I'm not a fan.
Sin, thanks for rolling.
You
the
broke
only crit roll
Allie
tonight.
again.
That's what I do.
What do you mean you don't like Dennis? Dennis is a great character.
Elric just, like, walked over and he just appeared with his face up on my screen. And I didn't see him come over from the other side of the house. He was just there.
It'd have been so much better if he was wearing like a brown suit and he was smiling at you.
No.
That'd have been great.
No. But, like, just suddenly there was a face there, and I was like, what the fuck is happening?
You're so silly.
My face hurts. Yeah.
I know, it must be difficult being that cute all the time.
No, it's real easy. Yeah. So Allie, when are you leaving us again?
Let's see, hold on. The first week of August.
Okay.
I'll be gone for the 5th.
Okay. So
In 2 weeks.
Allie's leaving us again in 2 weeks.
Abandoning us.
Yep.
Yeah.
She do that.
So I don't know what we're gonna do then, but next week we are for sure gonna be back with episode 24, and I'm happy to say that we are so far in alignment where I want to be for episode 26. I'm excited about that. Kind of bummed that, Allie wants to be butt face and push it back another week, but
I'm sorry, okay?
You're not sorry. You were like,
You can
I'm even
just
happy about
make
this
Sophie be I'm excited to go on a grown-up trip with my husband for the first time ever, with just us, no kids. I feel like I am allowed to be excited about that.
one. Nah, you ain't.
But I'm sad that I'm gonna miss this. I love my Thursday nights.
Everybody guilt trip Sophie. Not Allie, Sophie.
It's working.
She still hasn't given
I'm
me a
not
fucking
taking my
answer.
vacation.
We can't do anything to Allie because Allie will cry. With Sophie, we can fucking just mentally break her. Because Sophie's not a real person. Allie is. So don't be mean to Allie. But Sophie,
If this
fuck that
bitch-
bitch.
If this bitch cuddled in bed and held my hand all day, and then is like, nah, it's gonna break this man.
And she was rubbing her ass against your crotch in that hospital bed. You couldn't do nothing about it.
Mm-hmm. And then later on, like, oh, we're just friends. Like, oh, okay.
Torture.
I see. Yep.
Wow! Oh, my face hurts. Stop making me laugh, guys.
But yeah, so
Listen, we
next
bring
week,
you joy, clearly.
next week we will be back with
episode 24, we'll figure out what the fuck is going on.
Maybe.
And then for episode 25, we're either gonna have to divert a bit in some creative way,
Kill Sophie.
or kill Sophie,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Don't kill
or
Sophie.
some
That'll break Felix.
some other form of incapacitation that
Nah.
makes it where she can't be here. So something like that, or we're
She's
gonna have to
gotta
figure
make her
something.
parents believe everything's fine.
That'll take a few sessions, I'm sure.
But we got time to
It'll be
figure
fine.
that out. And while we have time to figure that out, we're gonna go on raid. We're gonna do RF Chaos, and we're gonna see if we can break the curse of
We
raiding
can't.
out to people that are
Nah.
gonna immediately take you to another channel, because we're like the gateway drug of raids. Like,
Ooh, that raid. I need one.
yeah, we need more raid. So yeah,
That or they go, I'm gonna lick your nipples. I don't want this bitch on my chat. We'll send her to someone else.
they never say that.
raid.
They're almost like, oh my god, you like nipples, and I don't know how to react to this news. This is not
Like-
my comfort area.
You like nipples too?
We should hang out. All right, quickly, Allie, say goodbye. We're raiding out. Bye.
You guys